chochote.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ae wapendwa,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ae kazini,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapewe nafasi,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wanyonyeshe vizuri,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Kupunguza mawazo,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Saratani,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Kupunguza saratani,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Sisi pamoja,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Tuwaambia ukweli,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Aya,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
ukweli,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
ya mama ya bamba,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Haina kuchemshwa,
inarudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Watu wote,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Msiogope kunyonyesha,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Vizuri,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ae wapendwa,
tusirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ae wapendwa,
msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wamama
oya oya,
wamama
oya oya,
wamama tuwapenda,
oya oya,
nyonyeshe miezi 6
oya oya,
bila chakula chochote,
oya oya,
hata ukiwa kazini,
oya oya,
siwache kunyonyesha,
oya oya, oya oya, oya oya,
wapendwa Pamengi, msiogope kunyonyesha, bila hata time.
Oya oya, oya oya, oya.
Wamama tuwapenda sana, mama tuwapenda sana, nyonyesha kwa miezi 6, bila kunywa hata maji, mtoto afya njema, tupenda watoto wetu, wamama kiboko yao, wamama tuwapenda sana, kutulea vyema sisi, watoto wanyonyeshwe vizuri, bila chakula chochote,
Thank you so much, the community health promoters for Korogosho. That was very good entertainment. Let's give them another round. Ya mama. Are you awake? Ama mnataka chai? Ya mama. So let's not forget to tweet #enabling breastfeeding at work and #World Breastfeeding Week 2023 KE. I hope it's active. Okay. So the next group we have are Diamond Mothers. They're also going to give us an entertainment. Let's give them a round of applause as they come on stage. Diamond Mothers, you're welcome. Diamond Mothers, let's continue until they come. Until they come. Until they come.
wanyonyeshwe. Manufaa yake, manufaa yake, kunawa mkono, kuungwa mkono, inawezekana, inawezekana. Sisi wana DMC twaingia sasa, sisi wana DMC twaingia sasa. Watoto wanyonyeshwe, watoto wanyonyeshwe, manufaa yake, manufaa yake. Ile tunaomba kuungwa mkono, ile tunaomba kuungwa mkono. Sisi tunasema inawezekana, sisi tunasema inawezekana.
Hi everyone. In front of you is Diamond Mother Center from Madare Slums, ready to present to you a song. Welcome.
Oh, twaimiza watoto wote wanyonyeshwe. Oh, kunyonyesha kuna manufaa mengi. Kwanza kwa mtoto, mama yake, jamii nzima. Kwa waajiri na wafanyikazi wote. Kwa wafadhili wa shirika tuje pamoja. Sote tuungane mikono iwezekane.
Benefits to the employer: improve retention of skills and experience, reduce recruitment costs, loyalty of employees, increase productivity, satisfaction and resilience of the employees, added recruitment incentives of employer, improved employer image, lower employers' health and insurance costs, reduce absenteeism due to improved child and maternal health. Oh, twaimiza watoto wote wanyonyeshwe. Oh, kunyonyesha kuna manufaa mengi. Kwanza kwa mtoto, mama yake, jamii nzima. Kwa waajiri na wafanyikazi wote. Wafadhili wa shirika tuje pamoja. Sote tuungane mikono iwezekane.
Benefits to the employee: improved job security of female employee, improved productivity, hence satisfaction and self-esteem, improved performance, hence increased gaining of skills and experience, better stress management.
Oh, twaimiza watoto wote wanyonyeshwe. Oh, kunyonyesha kuna manufaa mengi. Kwanza kwa mtoto, mama yake, jamii nzima. Kwa waajiri na wafanyikazi wote. Wafadhili wa shirika tuje pamoja. Sote tuungane mikono iwezekane.
Improve the health of the child, including growth and development, increase spacing between pregnancies, decrease risk of diabetes, breast and ovarian cancer, added recipients incentives for women.
Twaimiza watoto wote wafadhili wa shirika tuje pamoja, sote tuungane mikono iwezekane, sote tuungane mikono iwezekane. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Diamond Mothers. I hope you are getting the messages as we continue with the entertainment. Very critical points are coming up. Supporting the mothers. Tuungane, mikono tushirikiane. Very important information that is coming up. Sometimes a mother just needs just a little support, and she will not give that baby water. She'll not give that baby some light porridge during the first 6 months of the child's life. So it's not like the mothers don't want to do it, but sometimes there's a lot of pressure, isn't it? So we need to, I hope you're getting the points as they are entertaining. It's called edutainment, not entertainment. So you're being entertained as you're being educated. So I hope you're picking some points. Some of you are mothers and some of you are grandmothers. I know Prof here will agree with me. She's a passionate advocate, because sometimes what we may not have been able to do, we can help maybe your daughter to do it, isn't it? Or your niece, or your nephew who is insisting my child has to be given food, real food. My mother said. You remember the influence of the mother-in-law? Sasa baba anasema, mama yangu amesema mtoto afanye nini? Apewe uji ndio anone vizuri. Na sasa hiyo health worker amefanya kazi, community health promoter amefanya kazi, mama ameelewa, isn't it? But the environment is not conducive. So those are the messages we are picking: enabling breastfeeding for working parents. So we usually, and one of the things, because wengine wetu sio mainstream nutrition, one of the things that really we fear is the implications of introducing other foods below 6 months. There are issues of diarrhea, because we are in a third world country, access to safe water and things like that. So we find that it's the best option that we have for the mother. So I'm hoping those points are coming very well. Some of us have worked, and we had children when we were working. It's not easy. It's not easy. We'll hear a number of testimonies, even me who works with Ministry of Health. Sometimes, and unaishi wapi Komarok, you're expected, the child is 5 months, umemaliza, inaitwaje? Maternity leave, the boss expects you to be at work. Hata kama amekupea flexi hours, you can imagine the transition. That time we didn't have lactation station. We were still pushing for expressing at work, but we understood the concept, but the reality is different. So that is what we are discussing this World Breastfeeding Week, the reality of enabling working parents, and also the role of the father. So don't forget, it's working parents. Ya mama? Ya baba? Okay. Wacha tutaona kama msitoibishe guests wakikuja. Ya mama? Ya bamba. Nataka kusikia mba. Ya mama? Ya bamba. Thank you. That is good. That was very good. So let me see who is entertaining us next as we go along. So we have a skit. There. Okay. Yeah, they're ready. We have a skit again from the community health promoters. You can see how communities are committed. They are volunteers, and they took time to practice. So I hope you are very well entertained, and especially the mothers who have children. You can see the level of commitment. So let's welcome the community health promoters from, I keep forgetting, I'm supposed to stand here, sorry. Jew. Now our entertainers? Okay. So I'm supposed to be standing here for the projection. So we have the community health promoters again from Korogosho to give us another skit, and then we'll continue as we wait for the guests. Hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work and hashtag WBW. I use this one. But this is not loud enough. Does it have volume? So hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work and hashtag WBW 2023 KE. Karibuni sana. Karibu. You can continue.
Miezi sita. Sisi wana afya bora, tuko hapa mbele zenu, twaletea habari njema. Tunyonyeshe miezi sita, tunyonyeshe miezi sita, tunyonyeshe miezi sita. Afya yetu, jukumu letu. Afya yetu, jukumu letu.
Habari zenyu tena. Mbele yenu ni wanahuduma kutoka Korogosho facility. Tusiwachokeshe, ni saa ya mchezo, tunatumai mtaenjoy. Karibuni.
Habari zenu? Hebu wacha kazi kidogo. Nyonye, nataka nione vidole zenu. Hebu nyonyeshe vidole. Toa hii tafadhali, ni chakula. Tuko pamoja? Sasa toa kwanza. Hebu nisikize. Ni kazi kufanywa, sawa? Fanyeni kazi. Sawa. Na inaonekana nikawa mama unaweza nimwagia unga. Na mimi siwezi taka kumwagiwa unga. Ni heri nifanye kazi kwa bidii, nijue vile nitalisha familia yangu. Nyasuguta wako haja na Nyagodie. Kwani kampuni yetu haina choo ndani? Imejaa. Wewe ndio unaweza kunijibu, si ndio? Nyagodie, umetoka wapi? Kunyonyesha. Kunyonyesha inamaanisha nini?
Mtoto wangu kuna wiki 3. Lazima niko na
Nyasukta, umetoka wapi?
Nimetoka tu kukamua maziwa ndio niweze kufanya kazi. Unajua niko na katoto kadogo.
Fanyeni hivi. Nyasukta na Nyagodie.
Tufanye.
Nataka muondoke muende.
Wapi?
Nyinyi si watu wa kazi.
Tunaenda wapi?
Nyamaza. Nyamaza. Nimesema nje. Toka.
Wacha nikuzokoa una mtoto.
Mimi ukiniangalia unaona mimi na mtoto.
Hebu tokeni nje.
Toka.
Toka nje, toka nje. Toka nje.
Hebu toka nje.
Toka nje, toka twende. Twende.
By the way, mkubwa, kwa nini umewafukuza? Mama ana haki ya kunyonyesha. Sasa si ai, mkubwa, ungewacha tu watu wafanye job. By the way,
Kama unafanya kazi fanya, na kama utaki out leja.
hata hivyo ujui wiki hii ni wiki ya kusherekea kunyonyeshaji ulimwenguni kote.
Nikwambia hata ukiniangalia mimi chapati.
Ai,
Kom.
wewe unajua kunyonyesha kunazuia magonjwa.
Kom. Yes. Habari ya kushinda? Umeshinda aje? Kazini kuko aje?
Haki yetu. 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 Haki
Unataka
yetu.
kusema umeona wamama wakitoka nje? Dakika hii.
Haki yetu.
Wacha nifike huko nikutane na supervisor kwanza. Supervisor?
Niko mkubwa.
Supervisor?
Niko mkubwa, ndio mimi huyu.
Mimi nakuuliza,
Yes.
nafaa kuitana mara ngapi?
Mara moja.
Nani boss hapa?
Wewe ndio bosi.
Na nikuulize, nasikia soja akiniambia kuna watu wamefukuzwa kazi.
Nimewasimamisha mkubwa kwa sababu hawafanyi kazi.
Sasa wewe umekuwa boss.
Hapana, unajua ni kwa nini?
Yes.
Saa yote wananiambia wanaenda kunyonyesha na mimi sijui maana ya kunyonyesha ni nini.
Kunyonyesha hapa kazini?
Alafu tena watchman anapewa tena 20. Sasa hiyo ndio imefanya nikawasimamisha ndio tuweze kujua shida yao ni nini.
Unataka kuniambia hata kazini kwangu kuna corruption?
Tunaweza wauliza ni nini inawasumbua. Wewe kama mkubwa siwezi enda kujipendekeza pale.
Fanya hivi.
Ndio mkubwa.
Hebu kusanya kila mtu wa hii kampuni. Tukuje hapo tuongee. Kwa
hivyo niite kila mtu. Wenye niliambia waende nyumbani.
Fanya hivi. Usinirudie tena.
Sawa mkubwa.
Hiyo mambo unajua nikikuja kwa geti nasikia haki yetu.
Ole mkubwa.
Harakisha.
Nyasukuta. Nyagodie. Kujeni haraka. Kuja haraka tafadhali.
Nilisema ukusanye watu.
Ninawakusanya mkubwa wako ndani.
Wako ndani?
Nyamazeni, wacheni kazi kidogo. Nimewasimamisha.
Nipeleke huko.
Karibu mkubwa.
Yes.
Habari yenu? Nzuri. Nimeleta mkubwa. Huyu ndio mtoto wetu, si mnamchuanga? Sasa nilikuwa nataka mumuelezee shida yenu yote. Sawa? Haya mkubwa. Wewe kidogo.
Mimi hata nina shida kubwa sana. Hebu kwanza nisikize yenu.
Mkubwa, mimi tangu niandikwe hapa kazi, mtoto wangu amekuwa na shida ya kutonyonya. Sasa inabidi najificha, niende napatiana soja mbao. Ndio niende ninyonyeshe mtoto. Napanda pikipiki mara 4 kwa siku, na hiyo nanyima mtoto wangu haki yake ya kunyonya kwa sababu anafaa kunyonya kila wakati.
Unaniambia unapeange soja mbao?
We mkubwa, huyu mtu alitoka risafu juzi. Apianangi mbao, anaishi kwa mbao. Anaishi kwa mbao huko mbali huko. Lakini pia mimi nilikuwa na shida kama mama. Nilikuwa nataka kukuambia hivi mkubwa. Mtoto wangu ameanza kunyonya kula chakula na mwezi 1. Na niliambiwa kwa clinic huko Korokocho ati mtoto asionje hata maji. Mpaka miezi ngapi? Sasa kila saa nakimbia pia mimi napeleka mtoto hospitali. Hiyo ni nini?
Sasa nikuulize, unataka kumaanisha okay sawa. Mwingine? Ama kama nakula sio meno ametoa.
Unajua nini tena mkubwa? Ukiangalia tu yeye ana mimba, huyu mwingine tena ana mimba. Unaona? Sasa tutafanya namna gani na hao watu wenye wamejaa tu matumbutumbu?
Yaani mnawapatia mshahara mnakuja kujaza kwa kampuni yangu, si ndio? Wacha kwanza tusikie yao.
Mkubwa, kile kinafanya tutoroke ni kwa sababu tuko na watoto.
Unajua shida yangu ni gani? Shida yangu nikiangalia hapa naona rate of production inaenda chini. Apart from, tunaelewana kweli? Mshahara yenu inatoka hapo. Fanyeni hivi. Wacheni kwanza tuende kwa ofisi, tuende tutafute jawabu pamoja, si ndio? Wacha tuone vile tutasaidiana, si ndio? Haya, muendelee kazi.
Tuende kwa ofisi.
Twende kwa ofisi.
Unaenda kunifuta kasi mu...
nataka tujadiliane yangu.
Mimi mkubwa.
Sasa nikuulize, hiyo ni shida type gani hiyo?
Sasa
na hiyo overall imeparara na yeye ni supervisor. Na sikila amevaa hiyo socks. Ni kunyamaza na kufanya sawa.
Na ununue nguo.
Unataka tufutu. Unataka tufutu kubwa. Kuna nguo ile amevaa.
Unatuambia kazi nini na umerudishwa kwa waacha za watu.
Hata socks hajavaa dawa
Bado
msaada.
na mdosi akabana kandari.
Ashasema tena mbaya. Tunapia watchman mbaya.
Wewe unadhani kwa nini watchman leo unyoa si mbao yangu?
Fanya hivi. Umesema uko na mwanahuduma wa afya.
Niko na mwanahuduma wa afya ako unaona ukienda hivi kwa korosho hapo. Hapo ndio huyo mhuduma anapatikana.
Ita yeye hapa mara moja.
Hello. Habari yako? Wewe ndio Chemusi? Tafadhali wewe ndio mwanahuduma wa ile hospitali?
Kabisa.
Unaweza kuja kwa hii kampuni yetu?
Ile kampuni yenye minji.
Minji. Tafadhali kuja haraka usikae.
Kuhusiana na afya?
Tafadhali.
Niko njia nakuja.
Sawa.
Boss, habari yako? Unaenda wapi? Naenda nimeitwa na kampuni na mdosi wako.
Okay, kabla uingie ndani, utanisainia kwa kitabu ndio nijue umeingia.
Sign tu. Thank you. Ofisi iko wapi? Asante.
Konyiwe korogoso. Karibu. Mkubwa. Huyu ndio nilikuwa nikikwambia ndio mwanahuduma.
Wewe ndio mwanahuduma.
Ndio mimi mhuduma kutoka Korogosho.
Mimi
ndio
kampuni yangu iko na mashida.
Shida kama gani?
Kampuni yangu wafanyikazi ni akina mama.
Ile ya chakula.
Ndio. Na sasa nasikia wanatoroka kazi, wanaenda kunyonyesha watoto, sijui wengine wameenda clinic wako na mimba. Na mimi nikiangalia katika mapato naona ama rate of production yetu imeenda chini. Na sijui ndo walipa na nini.
Okay, mambo ni mingi tunaweza fanya kama kampuni. Lakini kabla tufanye yote, situtembelea wakina mama tuongee pamoja nao.
Fanya hivi, vile venye umeuliza. Wewe supervisor.
Niko.
Pareka sisi huko.
Habari sasa. Sasa tumekuja na mkubwa atakaribisha mkeni na huyo mkeni atawaelimisha kitoko. Mmekupai?
Habari zenu tena. Tulikuwa hapa na tukasema tunatafuta nini? Jawabu, si ndio? Na sasa mimi nimezungusha kichwa nikapata msaidizi. Na wacha tusikia. Ana mengi, anaitwa Bwana James, ana mengi Karibu Bwana James utueleze.
Amjambo kina mama. Akina mama mpo? Mpo Asante sana. Kwa majina ni James, mimi ni mhudumu wa afya. Mnajua kwanza hii wiki ni wiki ya breastfeeding week. Ya kunyonyesha kina mama. Mnasahau? Hii ni wiki ya kunyonyesha, kina mama wako free. Kazini pia wanapewa vote nafasi. Hii ni siku yao.
Niliona kwa TV.
Hata kama sio holiday, hii wiki mzima kampuni inafaa kuangalia maslahi yenu. Na hii sio tafadhali. Hata sheria za Kenya ziko, human rights zinasema mama ana haki zake za kunyonyesha. Unasikia? Mama pia ana freedom ya kunyonyesha mtoto ili mtoto apate afya nzuri. Na kwa sasa mambo ni digital. Ukienda sehemu zingine ama mashirika zingine wametengea kina mama nafasi, kuna kanyumba kazuri, kamewekwa kamerembesho, wa mama masaa ya kunyonyesha anaenda pale ana relax. Kama hujui boss. Na ndio sababu unaona mapato yako yanateremka. Sababu hawana nafasi, wana stress. Na maziwa itoki, ukiwa na stress maziwa itoki. Si ni kweli kina mama?
Jawabu tunalo ama hatuna?
Kwa hivyo ningeomba watengeka nafasi kazuri pahali na uone mapato yako itaanza kuinuka. Na pia uongezee mambo na haki zao.
We, supervisor.
Niko mkubwa.
Umemsikia?
Nimesikia hata ni
haraka sana.
Nifanye nini mkubwa?
Anza kutafuta location ya mahali tutatengeneza hiyo nyumba ya kunyonyeshea kina mama. Haraka. Na bado uko hapa. We, hapo simama juu. Sijasema utafute chini. Zunguka uangalia mahali kuna na uangalia mahali kuna maji, tafadhali. Mambo ya hygiene.
Tunawekanga fridge. Hapo tunawekanga fridge ndio nafikiri. Hapo ndio karumu tunaweza weka watoto.
We, hiyo hapo ni pazuri kweli.
Unajua nyumba ambayo wananyonyeshea, ni pale unaweza kamua maziwa na hiyo maziwa ukikamua inawekwa vizuri. Unajua anaweza nyonyesha masaa, anaweza patia mtoto masaa zingine. Yaani si haribiki. Kwa hivyo kama kuna fridge ni mzuri. Na pia pahali kuna starehe, relaxed. Mama ana relax. Unaona pia kirelax, maziwa ina flow peke yake. Si wewe pia mama yako alikulea? Boss. So hata wewe mama muangalie hali yake.
Nimepata mkubwa.
Umepata wapi?
Nimepata, unaona pale penye tunawekanga fridge ya watosi wanakunywanga maji baridi. Hapo.
Sasa mimi nataka uorganize fundi na watu kupaka rangi, hiyo nyumba irembeshwe, ipigwe duster, wengine inaitwaje?
Hiyo security.
Na maji ikuwe pale, si ndio?
Maji.
Mambo ya hygiene nimesikia tutafungwa, sheria inasema.
Nimeweka maji.
Sijasema uweke maji kidogo, nimesema mahali kuna mfereji ya maji.
Ole mkubwa. Sasa tufanye hivi, tutatengeza kwa sababu hatuna ile ndoo. Tunaweza enda kuomba kwa jirani atusaidie ama utanunua hiyo ndoo.
Aya, fanya hivi. Nimekupatia siku ngapi?
Moja.
Siku 5. Moja iwezi maliza hii kazi. Nimekupea siku 5, ujiorganize na fundi wako, mkuwe make sure akina mama wana mahali pa kunyonyeshea.
Sawa mkubwa.
Na kitu kingine, unitafutia mwanamke mmoja ama ule wa kukua akikaa na nini?
Na watoto.
Unajua. Wewe akina mama? Hiyo iko sawa?
Boss, kesho tunakuja na watoto.
Fundi hata hajatengeneza. Fanyeni hivi. Sasa ndio tumeanza mikakati. Fundi akisharekebisha kila kitu kishakuwa sawa, ndio mtaanza kukuja na watoto. Lakini kwa leo ngoja. Kwa leo nimewapatia off. Sasa hakuna kurudi kazini, muende mkanyonyesha hao watoto wenu. Na make sure wananonanga na siku moja. Lakini wanaanza kunonea hapo, si ndio? Make sure watoto wamenyonya wakanona kuanzia leo, si ndio? Yes, na nimewa release.
Kusulishe la watoto miezi 6. Mtoto anyonyeshwe
bila chakula chochote, hata maji asipewe hadi afike miezi 6.
Mtoto anyonyeshwe
bila chakula chochote, hata maji asipewe hadi afike miezi 6.
Mtoto hupata nini?
Mtoto hupata nguvu, mtoto hupata kinga ya kuzuia magonjwa.
Mtoto hupata nini?
Mtoto hupata nguvu, mtoto hupata kinga ya kuzuia magonjwa.
Mama kirudi kazini,
waajiri wafanyikazi, tuungane pamoja tuimarishe unyonyeshaji.
Mama kirudi kazini,
waajiri wafanyikazi, tuungane tuimarishe unyonyeshaji.
Na mama hupata nini?
Hupata nafasi bora kufanya.
Mama hupata nini?
Hupata nafasi bora kufanya kazi kwa bidii na kumlea mtoto wake.
Na mama hupata nini?
Yeye hupata nafasi ya kunyonyesha. Hayo ni malezi bora.
Hupata nini?
Hupata nafasi bora kwa kazi ya kunyonyesha na kumfanya mtoto wake.
Mwajiri apata nini?
Yeye hupata faida kutokana na mapato. Hayo ni maendeleo.
Mwajiri apata nini?
Yeye hupata faida kutokana na mapato. Nayo ni maendeleo.
Wafadhili wa shirika
na waajiri pia, tuungane pamoja tuimarishe unyonyeshaji.
Wafadhili wa shirika
na waajiri pia, tuungane pamoja tuimarishe unyonyeshaji.
Na sasa moja kwa moja
twaelekea vijijini kuelimisha kina mama wanyonyeshe miezi 6.
Na sasa moja kwa moja
twaelekea vijijini kuelimisha kina mama wanyonyeshe miezi 6.
Na sasa moja kwa moja
twaelekea vijijini kuelimisha kina mama wanyonyeshe miezi 6.
Thank you very much. There is another one. Okay. So I hope you have finished. Okay. You know, they have been exposed. They were even asking, na sasa mama akishindwa kabisa kunyonya, so tunafanya aje? You know, then they think the next solution is, for example, formula. So those are the things, the real things that people are facing out there, and there's a commitment from the first ladies to promote, to do advocacy for workplace support for breastfeeding. One other key, it's good I'm saying this before partners, one other commitment, it's a request that came from the first ladies, that each county should have a center of excellence for workplace support for breastfeeding. That government puts a center of excellence so that they are retreating the whole day. So hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work, not at ile hivi, ile word 80. Enabling breastfeeding at work, and the other one is hashtag WBW 2023 KE. I'll wait for a green light for us to go for tea. I'm hoping you can take the shortest time possible. If there's anyone who may need to use the washrooms, you don't go to the stairs, but at the stairs you turn right. You turn right, yes, and then right again. You'll get the washrooms there. So anyone who needs to go to the washroom, maybe that one you can proceed. We don't need to wait. I just needed a green light for the guests have gone for tea so that we don't cram up the place. Carol, can someone confirm for me? But if you need to do any other thing other than the chai, you can please proceed so that we don't also fill the washrooms. Ya mama? Ya mama? Ruth? Ya mama? Okay, so I hope I'll hear the mba. Not yet? Hey, event itakuwa mzuri. So what do we do? Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as the tea section is ready for you to move. So kindly bear with us.
So at home you have all the amenities. You can
men, children, environment, where it concerns projects that the private sector needs to get involved in. Those are done under the foundation.
The Better Business Practices for Children, BBPC, is a project between UNICEF and the Kenya private sector, KEPSA. If a mother leaves home and comes to the office and stays for maybe 8 to 12 hours outside the house and they have not breastfed, sooner or later that milk diminishes and eventually dries up.
Working together with UNICEF and trying to meet the standards of the WHO on better business practices for children, that's when we thought of starting the initiative. And so that we can start encouraging our private sector to create lactation rooms so that women can be able to continue breastfeeding even as they work.
It was really difficult for me when I was pregnant and when I gave birth because I literally had to fight the system. Breastfeed my children, make sure they're settled in well, and come back to do the evening bulletin. My managers didn't want me to do that, and I had to threaten to leave.
You're not getting a child so that you can become a problematic employee. You're getting a child so that you can use this great work opportunity to provide for this child.
During my time, there were no lactation rooms in our workplaces. So the maximum time we had to actually breastfeed was 3 months.
There's a way you are not settled. What room am I going to use today?
If you do optimal breastfeeding, then you're likely to save about 823,000 children every year if that is promoted. Breastfeeding also happens to be one of the high impact interventions that can save lives of children under 5 years.
The issues of breastfeeding, Kenya is one of the countries that has put in place several actions. We started by ensuring that a mother can take maternity leave for 30 days and then add the annual leave, and they're able to stay with the baby for about 5.5 months.
And so it's important for the private sector to create those environments where mothers feel safe and also feel that they're contributing, they are not denying their children breastfeed milk.
I think why it's very important is because every individual who then is your staff member comes as a whole person.
Any corporate that is not doing this, they are missing a great opportunity to increase their engagement score of employees at the workplace. So I would encourage, if there are any corporate out there that is not yet established a lactation room or created an environment for all employees to feel okay at work, that the system, the infrastructure is supporting them, then they are missing a great opportunity. And coming to work and being able to work for an employer who recognizes the need to just give you extra support really helps me feel appreciated. It also helps me when I come back to want to give more.
If you're an enlightened employer, why don't you do it? Because it will add a tremendous amount of value of your company, not only company to your clients, but amongst your people, amongst your staff.
For the companies that have taken up setting up the lactation centers under the Better Business Practices for Children, thank you very much. And we encourage you to continue to talk about it, to encourage other companies to take up the initiative, and also to share your stories, how it has benefited your companies and the welfare of the mothers and the children.
So at home you have all the amenities. You can breastfeed, you can express your milk, you can store it. Then you come to the office and maybe you work 2 hours away from where you live. And then suddenly there's nowhere where you can do it.
Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the voice of the private sector in Kenya, and so brings all the sector associations and the corporates, from the multinationals to the very, very small ones, startups, together to speak in one voice on issues, policy and regulations, so that we can create an enabling business environment. KEPSA has an arm, which is the KEPSA Foundation, which is the social arm of trying to ensure that the private sector is also involved in the social issues of the country. So we do a lot of issues around youth, women, children, environment, where it concerns projects that the private sector needs to get involved in. Those are done under the foundation.
The Better Business Practices for Children, BBPC, is a project between UNICEF and the Kenya Private Sector, KEPSA. If a mother leaves home and comes to the office and stays for maybe 8 to 12 hours outside the house and they have not breastfed, sooner or later that milk diminishes and eventually dries up.
Working together with UNICEF and trying to meet the standards of the WHO on better business practices for children, that's when we thought of starting the initiative. And so that we can start encouraging our private sector to create lactation rooms, so that women can be able to continue breastfeeding even as they work.
It was really difficult for me when I was pregnant and when I gave birth, because I literally had to fight the system. Breastfeed my children, make sure they're settled in well, and come back to do the evening bulletin. My managers didn't want me to do that, and I had to threaten to leave.
You're not getting a child so that you can become a problematic employee. You're getting a child so that you can use this great work opportunity to provide for this child.
During my time, there were no lactation rooms in our workplaces. So the maximum time we had to actually breastfeed was 3 months.
There's a way you are not settled. What room am I going to use today?
If you do optimal breastfeeding, then you're likely to save about 823,000 children every year if that is promoted. Breastfeeding also happens to be one of the high impact interventions that can save lives of children under 5 years.
The issues of breastfeeding, Kenya is one of the countries that has put in place several actions. We started by ensuring that a mother can take maternity leave for 30 days and then add the annual leave, and they're able to stay with the baby for about 5.5 months.
And so it's important for the private sector to create those environments where mothers feel safe and also feel that they're contributing, they are not denying their children breastfeed milk.
I think why it's very important is because every individual who then is your staff member comes as a whole person.
Any corporate that is not doing this, they are missing a great opportunity to increase their engagement score of employees at the workplace. So I would encourage, if there are any corporate out there that is not yet established a lactation room or created an environment for all employees to feel okay at work, that the system, the infrastructure is supporting them, then they are missing a great opportunity.
And coming to work and being able to work for an employer who recognizes the need to just give you extra support.
Our entertainment, please go and take chai. You deserve a hot cup of tea. Yes. Now I'll start.
Really helps me feel appreciated. It also helps me when I come back to want to give more.
If you're an enlightened employer, why don't you do it? Because it will add a tremendous amount of value of your company, not only company to your clients, but amongst your people, amongst your staff.
For the companies that have taken up setting up the lactation centers under the Better Business Practices for Children, thank you very much. And we encourage you to continue to talk about it, to encourage other companies to take up the initiative, and also to share your stories, how it has benefited your companies and the welfare of the mothers and the children.
So at home you have all the amenities. You can breastfeed, you can express your milk, you can store it. Then you come to the office and maybe you work 2 hours away from where you live. And then suddenly there's nowhere where you can do it.
Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the voice of the private sector in Kenya, and so brings all the sector associations and the corporates, from the multinationals to the very, very small ones, startups, together to speak in one voice on issues, policy and regulations, so that we can create an enabling business environment. KEPSA has an arm, which is the KEPSA Foundation, which is the social arm of trying to ensure that the private sector is also involved in the social issues of the country. So we do a lot of issues around youth, women, children, environment, where it concerns projects that the private sector needs to get involved in. Those are done under the foundation.
The Better Business Practices for Children, BBPC, is a project between UNICEF and the Kenya Private Sector, KEPSA. If a mother leaves home and comes to the office and stays for maybe 8 to 12 hours outside the house and they have not breastfed, sooner or later that milk diminishes and eventually dries up.
Working together with UNICEF and trying to meet the standards of the WHO on better business practices for children, that's when we thought of starting the initiative. And so that we can start encouraging our private sector to create lactation rooms, so that women can be able to continue breastfeeding even as they work.
It was really difficult for me when I was pregnant and when I gave birth, because I literally had to fight the system. Breastfeed my children, make sure they're settled in well, and come back to do the evening bulletin. My managers didn't want me to do that, and I had to threaten to leave.
You're not getting a child so that you can become a problematic employee. You're getting a child so that you can use this great work opportunity to provide for this child.
During my time, there were no lactation rooms in our workplaces. So the maximum time we had to actually breastfeed was 3 months.
There's a way you are not settled. What room am I going to use today?
If you do optimal breastfeeding, then you're likely to save about 823,000 children every year if that is promoted. Breastfeeding also happens to be one of the high impact interventions that can save lives of children under 5 years.
The issues of breastfeeding, Kenya is one of the countries that has put in place several actions. We started by ensuring that a mother can take maternity leave for 30 days and then add the annual leave, and they're able to stay with the baby for about 5.5 months.
And so it's important for the private sector to create those environments where mothers feel safe and also feel that they're contributing, they are not denying their children breastfeed milk.
I think why it's very important is because every individual who then is your staff member comes as a whole person.
Any corporate that is not doing this, they are missing a great opportunity to increase their engagement score of employees at the workplace. So I would encourage, if there are any corporate out there that is not yet established a lactation room or created an environment for all employees to feel okay at work, that the system, the infrastructure is supporting them, then they are missing a great opportunity.
And coming to work and being able to work for an employer who recognizes the need to just give you extra support really helps me feel appreciated. It also helps me when I come back to want to give more.
If you're an enlightened employer, why don't you do it? Because it will add a tremendous amount of value of your company, not only company to your clients, but amongst your people, amongst your staff.
For the companies that have taken up setting up the lactation centers under the Better Business Practices for Children, thank you very much. And we encourage you to continue to talk about it, to encourage other companies to take up the initiative, and also to share your stories, how it has benefited your companies and the welfare of the mothers and the children.
So at home you have all the amenities. You can breastfeed, you can express your milk, you can store it. Then you come to the office and maybe you work 2 hours away from where you live. And then suddenly there's nowhere where you can do it.
Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the voice of the private sector in Kenya, and so brings all the sector associations and the corporates, from the multinationals to the very, very small ones, startups, together to speak in one voice on issues, policy and regulations, so that we can create an enabling business environment. KEPSA has an arm, which is the KEPSA Foundation, which is the social arm of trying to ensure that the private sector is also involved in the...
So for an entertainment as we bring the people back from tea. So I wish to welcome the community health promoters. Caroline, just check if Grace is ready. So don't forget our slogan, Ya Mama. I want to see if 𝗕𝗿𝗀 has got it. Ya Mama? Ya Bamba. So that's our slogan today. So they're ready? Yeah, they can come in. So our guests, we have a slogan before we start officially. We used to have a slogan for breastfeeding. Ya Mama, Ya Bamba.
Tuko hapa mbele zenyu kuwaleta habari njema, tunyonyeshe miezi 6. Tuko hapa mbele zenu kuwaleta habari njema, tunyonyeshe miezi 6. Habari njema,
tunyonyeshe miezi 6.
Habari njema,
tunyonyeshe miezi 6.
Habari njema, tunyonyeshe miezi 6. Afya yetu, afya yetu,
jukumu letu.
Mbele yenu ni wanahuduma kutoka Korogocho Health Center tayari kuwakaribia wimbo. Karibuni.
Sisi wana afya bora
twaleta kusulisha la watoto miezi 6.
Sisi wana afya bora
twaleta habari njema kusulisha la watoto
mpaka wawe miezi
6.
Mtoto anyonyeshwe
bila chakula chochote, hata maji asipewe hadi afike miezi 6.
Mtoto anyonyeshwe
bila chakula chochote, hata maji asipewe hadi afike miezi 6.
Mtoto apata nini?
Mtoto apata nguvu, mtoto apata
kinga
ya kuzuia magonjwa.
Mtoto apata nini?
Mtoto apata nguvu, mtoto apata kinga ya kuzuia magonjwa.
Mama kirudi kazini,
mwajiri wafanyikazi, tuungane pamoja tuimarishe unyonyeshaji. Mwajiri wafanyikazi, tuungane pamoja tuimarishe unyonyeshaji. Upata nafasi bora nyakati kazi kwa bidii na kumlea mtoto wake.
Na mama hupata nini?
Hupata nafasi bora kufanya kazi kwa bidii na kumlea mtoto wake. Yeye hupata nafasi ya kunyonyesha. Hayo ni malezi bora. Yeye hupata nafasi ya kunyonyesha. Hayo ni malezi bora. Yeye hupata nafasi ya kunyonyesha. Ni malezi bora. Yeye hupata faida kutokana na mapato. Hiyo ni maendeleo. Yeye hupata faida kutokana na mapato. Nayo ni maendeleo. Na waajiri pia tuungane pamoja, tuimarishe unyonyeshaji. Na waajiri pia tuungane pamoja, tuimarishe unyonyeshaji. Na sasa moja kwa moja twaelekea vijijini kuelimisha kina mama wanyonyeshe miezi 6. Na sasa moja kwa moja twaelekea vijijini kuelimisha kina mama wanyonyeshe miezi 6. Miezi 6. Wamama wanyonyeshe miezi 6. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Faida ya kunyonyesha miezi 6. Faida ya kunyonyesha. Hapo. Faida ya kunyonyesha miezi 6. Faida ya kunyonyesha. Hapo. Wa mama, msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Kuzuia magonjwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Hata wa baba.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ungane pamoja.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapendwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Kupunguza mawazo.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Kupunguza saratani.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapendwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapendwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Ya mama ina bamba.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Mambo mengi.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Hakuna kupikwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapendwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele.
Wapendwa.
Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Msirudi nyuma, songa mbele. Ita usiku na mchana.
Ita usiku na mchana. Tumpe pongezi.
Wageni wetu wanajulikana sana.
Ni Nairobi inayowaka usiku na mchana. Pongezi wageni wetu. Oh, simama. Simama wageni, simama. Mama watu wauone. Oh, simama, simama. Simama wageni, simama. Simama watu wakuone. Simama, simama. Simama wapendwa, simama. Simama watu waone. Simama, simama. Simama wageni, simama. Simama watu waone. Oh, simama, simama. Watu waone. Oh, simama, simama. Saira. Simama, simama. Simama, simama. Simama wa mama, simama. Simama watu waone. Simama, simama. Simama wa mama, simama. Simama watu. Simama.
Thank you so much.
Watu waone. Oh, simama. 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 Mama, simama. Simama. Watu waone. Oh, simama. Simama.
Thank you so much. Those are community health promoters from Korogosho. So, thank you. Welcome for the launch of the World Breastfeeding Week 2023 event. We now want to start the event officially. I'm 𝗪Ｃ𝗿𝗍𝗱 from Ministry of Health. And we have a hashtag as we continue, enabling breastfeeding at work. And at is AT, not the other at. So hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work. The other hashtag is WB. I've been told there are handles or hashtag, whichever. Mnaelewa, tweeting and retweeting. So we have hashtag WBW 2023KE. That's the second one. So the first one is hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work. And the second one is hashtag WBW 2023KE. So we want to start the event, and I will call upon Mary to come and pray for us as we start.
Good morning. Good morning. Ya mama. Thank you. We have not let Leila down. My name is Mary. I work for Action Against Hunger. And we will bow and believe and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we bow before your presence. We bow to honor you. We bow to acknowledge your Lordship greatness. For you alone are God. Besides you, there is no other. Nothing compares to you, Lord. Nothing. No one is like unto you. And so this morning we join our hands and we come with hearts full of, we thank you so much for such a beautiful day, but more so for such a great event. Lord, we owe it all to you that we get to gather here this morning. Many plans, a lot of things have gone on, if only to have this day. And this morning we say thank you. Thank you for making it all happen. As we start, we invite your presence, dear Lord, like you have been with us throughout planning and even through the journeys this morning for the different people. We pray that your presence shall continue to be with us, that Lord, as we discuss, as we engage, as we listen, that Lord, you and you alone will enable us divinely. All the things that we come to discuss, Lord, may they bring glory to your name. We accept the position of being your hands and your feet, that we will advance this work of taking care of mothers and children. So we honor you most sincerely. We invite your presence, be with us now until the end, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, so ya mama, We said mba should be strong. Ya mama? Thank you. So our guests, ya mama ya bamba means the mothers is the best. So breast milk is the best. Your mama is mother. Yes, so ya mama ya bamba. Yeah, so it's a slogan we have used for many years. But our theme this year is enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for working parents, both the mother and the father. So I wish to welcome you, and we'll start with our lineup of edutainment. We have been entertained or edutained since morning, but we'll now reach the culmination of the edutainment, and I wish to welcome the first entertainment, which is a song, and I wish to welcome the team that is giving us a song I hope they are ready. Or is it a skit? Yeah, so we are having a skit from Diamond Mothers. So the Diamond Mothers are giving us a skit. They will be here. These are women who have come with their children. We left this special for the main event because they are doing the skit with their own children. So I hope you get entertained as you get messages from the skit. So let's welcome them. A round of applause as they come in. So let's not forget, hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work. I hope you're tweeting. Anyone who has not? And the other one is hashtag WBW 2023 KE. We are also on Facebook. It's a channel. You can post. We are also recording the event live. You can share so that people can join and follow the event. So we are recording this live. So let's ensure that we are live everywhere and we are very visible in all channels, including our MOH Facebook page. We are also live streaming, so you can share that with a friend or anyone who may need to follow. Remember, we are getting messages of workplace support. So one of the key things as we move along the day is what needs to be put in place for the mother to be able to exclusively breastfeed.
Sisi kina mama, sisi wana DMC, twaingia sasa. Sisi kina mama, sisi wana DMC, twaingia sasa. Na sisi tunasema, sisi tumejionea, ile tunaomba na kile tunaomba sisi sema inawezeka. Sisi kina mama, sisi wana DMC, twaingia sasa. Sisi kina mama, sisi wana DMC, twaingia sasa. Sisi tunasema, sisi tunasema watoto wanyonye. Sisi tumejionea manufaa ya sisi tumejionea manufaa kena kile tunaomba kwa mkono kile tunaomba kwa mkono sisi tunasema inawezekana tunasema inawezekana. To our guest of honor, distinguished guest, in front of you is Diamond Mothers Center from Mother Slums, ready to present to you a skit on enabling breastfeeding at a workplace. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Welcome.
Kamera smart sana. Sijawahi jua.
Hebu ona venye imefit mtoto. Na hiyo tu ni 50 peke yake msichana.
Nimeona yenyewe iko smart sana.
Iko smart sana customer.
Na hii
ni 100 peke yake customer.
yenyewe ni smart na 100 kwa sababu siwezi pinga kwa sababu maisha sasa hivi imekuwa ngumu. Na ule customer yako mama Shiko alinituma.
Ule mama Shiko. Ongoja kidogo. Akina film wangu ameget wet. Nataka nimchange diaper. Nataka kumchange diaper na nimnyonyeshe at least asichomeke na pampers.
Yenyewe mbadilisha asichomeke.
Endo mwambie dakika tu moja akistam let down acha nichange mtoto wangu diaper kiasi.
Sawa mimi nimeenda.
Sawa.
Ndizi 10 ndizi 10 karibia customer ongezea damu kwa mwili. Ndizi 10 ndizi customer kuja customer. Ongezea damu kwa mwili. Ndizi smart.
Habari yako kwa customer?
Mzuri sana.
Utaniuzia ndizi?
Ndakuuzia 10 tu.
Naweza nikatia ya mbao?
Haina shida, ndakuuzia.
Si niuzie.
Akina kwa hizo yetu tunapitia shida mob.
Shida gani hizo?
Kwa jua, kwa mvua lazima tuwasol na watoto kwa migongo. Hata hakuna mahali unaweza weka mtoto ndio uhaso.
Hii uchumi iko juu lakini itashuka siku moja Mungu atatusaidia.
Inabidi tu kutatulia tu.
Sawa, asante.
Karibu.
Sasa customer.
Poa sana customer. Karibu customer.
Asante, nilikuwa nataka uniuzie melon.
Karibu sana nitakuuzia. Nikuuzia ngapi?
Ya 30.
Sawa nitakuuzia. Lakini utangoja tu kidogo, mtoto ananyonya juu. Lazima mtoto anyonye, kunyonya ni haki yake na
hapana. Sioni nikingoja ni
customer kwanza. Hapana, lazima nitakuuzia. Acha tu customer nikuuzie. Kuja.
Customer siende waingora hata ni gani?
Customer kuna haraka anaenda lakini lazima si unajua tulifundishwa mtoto hadi anyonye miezi 6.
Hiyo ni haki yake na hadi analia lazima umnyonyeshe, hiyo ni haki yake. Unajua lazima mtoto anyonye afikishie miezi 6.
Lazima mtoto anyonye, tulifundishwa mtoto anyonye hadi miezi 6. Na lazima nikuuzie customer pia. Tafadhali kuja unisaidie.
Siwache ninawapa mkono, alafu nikuje nimuuzie.
Asante sana, utakuwa umenisaidia juu hata majukumu ni ngumu. Lazima tuuze tupate pesa na pia mtoto lazima anyonye hadi miezi 6.
Customer ulikuwa unataka ngapi?
Nilikuwa nataka ya 30.
Acha tu nimsaidie. Juu lazima mtoto anyonye.
Ndio hiyo muuzie hapa. Hebu mchagulie ile tamu yenye iko hapa.
Sawa, asante. Guy, na kwani uko muogopi kunyonyesha watoto wazi?
Guy, customer, umenisaidia hata nilikuwa nimesahau. Kwanza hii soko yetu kuna wamama wale wako na macho mbaya. Unaweza fikiria mtoto wako sawa lakini ukifika kwa nyumba mtoto anakusumbua, mara analia. Kumbe kuna mwenye anamwangalia macho mbaya na si huwezi jua. Asante sana customer, acha nimfunike aendelee kunyonya.
Inawezekana kwa imani. Na hizi nyanya zangu leo.
Habari yako mama mboga?
Nzuri sana customer. Nikuuzie nini?
Unaweza niuzia spinach 2 na sukuma ya mbao.
Ndio, ni changanye ama? Na utangojea kidogo ninyonyeshe mtoto wangu mtoto analia na anasumbua. Ni sawa tu kidogo dakika moja.
Ni sawa, naelewa.
Nzuri sana customer.
Nataka mboga, unikatie mboga kama kawaida.
Oh, kama kawaida kienyeji.
Jota nimechelewa, kuna watu kwa hoteli wananingoja.
Nichanganye ya ile ya 50 bob kama
kawaida tu.
Lakini utangojea tu kidogo dakika moja niweze kunyonyesha mtoto.
Na ngoja dakika moja na ni watu kwa hoteli wananingoja. Hiyo ni kazi gani unanifanyisha na pesa?
Customer ngojea tu kidogo dakika moja. Jamani customer usiende. Tafadhali usiende customer.
Utafanya kazi ngapi? Ni mtoto utachagua ama ni kazi?
Sasa inabidi nifanye zote.
Imagine utaweza.
Na mtoto pia lazima anyonye mpaka miezi 6.
Chagua kitu moja. Hata pia mimi niko na wangu na nimemwacha kwa nyumba na nyonya amekula ugali.
Tafadhali usiende karibia tu customer. Akingojea tu kidogo customer.
Una shida gani?
Huyu mama ananisumbua. Nimemwambia nikatie mboga, ananiambia ningoje mtoto anyonye. Ananyonyesha nini? Na mimi wangu ni macha kwa nyumba na ako sawa na amekula ugali na mrenda na supu ya mbuta na ako sawa. Mimi sioni shida.
Kwanza nimewasikiza kutoka umbali, nasikia mkivurutana sana. Kwanza wewe mtoto wako ako na miezi ngapi?
Ako na mwezi mmoja.
Hadi nimesikia nikashangaa. Mwezi mmoja ukampatia ugali na mrenda?
Tena ako sawa plus mbuta na supu, hana shida.
Ako sawa mama.
Ako sawa sana.
Unaumiza huyu mtoto.
Ukweli.
Wewe unamwangalia vizuri?
Ako sawa. Mimi ndo nako na afya
na choo yake.
Hata sitaki kujua, mimi bora mtu ameshiba ndio imeingia.
Hapana. Unamwangalia vizuri akienda haja?
Haja yake ndiko ngumu akienda analia.
Alafu analia. Umejiuliza maswali shida inatokea wapi?
Hata sitaki kujua, mimi bora nipate tu donge kwa mfuko.
Hapana, wacha nikwambie mama, unaumiza huyu mtoto. Unajua mtoto mdogo wa miezi miwili baada hawezi akadigest ugali. Bado ni mdogo sana. Ikiwezekana unastahili kumnyonyesha angalau miezi 6 ya kwanza mfululizo bila kumpa chochote, hata maji. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni makosa. Ni makosa kubwa. Juu maziwa mama kunyonyesha mtoto ina umuhimu mingi sana. Kwanza ukinyonyesha mtoto mzuri, kufuata masharti yote ya kunyonyesha mtoto huwa ina umuhimu mingi. Inafanya mtoto anakuwa sharp. Mtoto mwenye amenyonyeshwa vizuri miezi 6 mfululizo, na kuambia mama utanishukuru siku moja, atakuwa sharp. Na juu tunatoka kwenye kijiji, tungependa pia miaka zijazo siku moja tuweze kuwa na president, madaktari, nurses kutoka kwenye kijiji. Na pia maziwa mama inaleta uelewano mwema kati yako na mtoto. Utapata ile urafiki mnatengeneza kati yako na mtoto wako inakuwa shwari. Ndio hiyo maziwa yako. Na pia maziwa mama huwa safi. Na unaweza mnyonyesha pia mahali popote. Sijui kama unanielewa.
Nimekuelewa. Hapo nimekuelewa. Unajua kwa amenieleza.
Na customer naona umengoja sana kukatiwa mboga.
Naelewa pia mama ananyonyesha, manufaa kwake ni akienda popote, mali popote anaweza nyonyesha mtoto mali saa yoyote. Pia maziwa ya mama haina gharama. Pia anaweza tumia kama family planning.
Na nikuulize, basi nilisikia mtu akinyonyesha matiti inaanguka. Mimi nataka matiti yangu ianguke. Mimi siwezi kubali.
Waje kunichekesha. Hadi matiti yanguke juu ya kunyonyesha. Hapana. Hayo maneno ya binadamu tu. Nicheki vizuri, niangalie.
Nakuona.
Niko na watoto wangapi? Wawili. Wa kwanza nimemnyonyesha miezi 6 mfululizo na nikaendelea kumnyonyesha hadi miaka 2 huku nikimpatia vyakula vingine. Na hata huyu niko naye saa hii amekamilisha mwaka mmoja na nilimnyonyesha miezi 6 bila kumpa chochote, hata maji. Na ninatumai bado nitaendelea kumnyonyesha hata zaidi hadi angalau miaka 2 huku akiendelea kula vyakula vingine.
Nimekuelewa. Usinisaidie na hiyo mboga niende nayo nikakatakatiwe juu hata saa imekata.
Utakuwa umenisaidia. Asante sana.
Sawa, asante.
Mama nani? Wewe ni jirani yangu.
Naishi pale.
Angel. Mlango ya pili.
Wacha niende nitakuja.
Kama ungependa kuelemeka zaidi na kukaribisha kwangu uje.
Sawa, asante. Haya.
Haya, asanteni.
Waingo. Aki kwa hii soko si tunapitia shida mingi sana. Kumenyesha na watoto kwa migongo. Tuna hustle tu. Hakuna mahali unaweza hadi eka mtoto. Hadi macustomer anapotea juu hakuna customer atangojea unyonyeshe ndio umuuzie. Juu pesa ni yake, anafanya nayo Kenya anataka.
Hey, by the way umesema ukweli. Hii soko yetu tunahangaika, tuko na shida mingi. Ona hata mvua ikinyesha, ona maji ndio hii. Hata mahali pa kukalisha mtoto hakuna, mahali unaweza kaa ukinyonyesha hakuna. Hii soko yetu tuko na shida mingi sana. Lazima tuende kuongea na chief. Lazima tusaidie hii. Hii mambo ya soko yetu lazima tusaidie.
Hamjasikia leo saa 8 kuna chiefs baraza?
Guy, sijui ni uzee, sijui ni kuchoka ama ni kusahau. Guy, hata hii habari nilikuwa nimepewa mapema na nimechelewesha kuwapatia wamama. Wamama saa 8 kuna baraza. Kwa saa yangu naona dakika 15 peke yake. Kwa hivyo naomba tujiandae tuende kwa chief. Juu hata kwa hii soko nimesikia malalamishi mingi sana. Na tukiwakilisha kwa chief tunaweza enda tupate usaidizi wa mama.
Na saa wewe kama mkubwa wa hii kijiji inafaa uende utuwakilishie kwa chief.
Ai lazima.
Mazingira ni chafu, hakuna mahali tunaweza nyonyeshia watoto, hadi makastoma wanahepa. Sasa tutadu.
Haki siwezi waangusha. Lazima tuende leo tuwakilishe hizi shida zetu.
Twende.
Twendeni.
Habari zenu wana kijiji?
Nzuri bwana chief.
Mimi kama bwana chief nimewaita mkutano siku ya leo. Kuna maneno imekuja kwa ofisi, mtaa ni chafu, wamama wanaibiwa, na bado kuna watu wa huduma walikuja kwa ofisi, tukaelewana nao, tukaongelelea kuhusu afya ya watoto. Wakasema watoto wetu mtaani wanasema wako na afya mbaya sana. Sasa sijui kama nyinyi wamama tasaidianaje hapo.
Samahani bwana chief. Haki bwana chief, upande wa kukulea watoto wetu hata ndio imetuleta sana sisi kama wamama. Juu sisi kama wamama wengi wetu tuko na watoto wadogo, wengi hawajafikisha miezi 6 na sisi ni wafanyi biashara. Sasa unapata tukifanya biashara zetu pale nje, kazi inakuwa ngumu sana. Juu ya maslahi ya watoto, mahali ambapo tunaweza weka tukawabadilisha pampa, mahali ambapo pa kukalia tukiwanyonyesha. Sasa tunahangaika sana. Na tuliona leo kwamba jinsi ambavyo ulivyoita chief baraza leo, tukaona ni vizuri pia tuwakilishe shida zetu. Sasa tulikuwa tunaomba hivi, kama itawezekana tusaidie nyumba moja hapa tukitumia kama ofisi, tuweze kuwa tunaonyesha watoto wetu na tukiendelea na kazi yetu. Pia hiyo nyumba tunaomba ikuwe na viti zenye ziko comfortable, mahali ambapo tunaweza kalia wakati ambapo tunyonyesha watoto wetu. Alafu pale kwa soko pia maji ya kunawa huwa chafu. Tunanawa tu lakini maji si safi. Tunaomba hiyo room pia ikuwe na maji safi yenye tunaweza kuwa tunanawisha mkono wakati ambapo tumebadilisha pampa. Haki madam chief, tunaomba.
Nikuulizaje? Mimi chief tena niwalele watoto kwa ofisi kusema ukweli. Hiyo ilishaifanyika wapi?
Hapana, sisi tunatulelia madam chief. Unajua haja yetu kubwa madam chief ni nyumba.
Nyumba. Kama ni nyumba kuna ofisi pale mtakuja niwapatie.
Unajua tu venye huwa tunasikia pale Safaricom, Parliament, kuna nyumba watu hupewa. Sasa tunaomba tu nyumba kama hiyo. Tunaelewa tu venye uchumi ndio natupeleka sana sisi kama wamama. Ukitusaidia hiyo nyumba utakuwa umetuokolea pakubwa, lakini upande wa kuwalea ni sisi wamama tutajipanga. Bana chief,
ni sawa, nyumba iko mtakuja muone.
Mama mnasikiaje ya habari? Asante sana madam chief.
Alafu bwana chief kitu kingine, naona kwa hii soko kuna wizi wa mabwana pia. Mimi kwa nyumba nateseka na njaa, niko na watoto. Unajua mtoto lazima mama akule mzuri, ashibe ndio maziwa iweze kuteremka. Na sasa kama mimi sijakula nitanyonyeshaje na mtoto hajafikisha miezi 6? Na bwanangu akitoka kazi, huyu jana mfinyia macho, inakujaje na nimemkanya?
Ukishindwa kutunza bwana yako, akuje kwangu. Si nitampokea.
Sijashindwa.
Chapa.
Mimi sijachapa.
Hebu ona matiti zako.
Nimesimama.
Mimi nitachukua bwana yako.
Shati yake imepigwa pasi.
Hebu tunza bwana yako mama, tunza bwana yako.
Mazeni. Sawa bwana chief na umwambie.
Bwana chief pia mimi niko na ombi. Mimi ni mama fua huko Isili. Nimekuwa nikienda na mimba, sasa nimezaa. Mdozi anasema niache kazi na nataka pesa na nataka kunyonyesha. Ningeomba kama unaweza ongea na mdozi.
Na nikuulize, hiyo kazi si lazima hiyo ni kazi ya wenyewe. Chagua kitu moja, kazi ama mtoto.
Bwana chief nisaidie. Juu ndio baba na mimi ndio mama. Nisaidie. Sina mbele wala nyuma na nataka kunyonya mpaka miezi 6. Bwana chief nisaidie.
Wacha tusuluhishe, tutaongea na wazee wa vijiji na watu na village elders. pamoja na ma-CHV wote tuone kama taita watu wenyu waajiriwa wenyu tuweze kusaidiana nao.
Sawa,
mbali ni sawa.
Sawa, asante.
Haya, mimi kama Bwana Chief nawashukuru sana kwa kuja kwa mkutano huu. Tunasema ni asante, si rahisi kuchukua nafasi yenu kutenga kuja mahali hapa. Nawashukuru sana. Tutaungana na wazee wa vijiji na machifu wote kwa mtaa pamoja na village elders tukaweze kuimarisha afya bora kwa watoto wetu.
Center tunasema with the right information at the right time with support it is possible. We are
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Diamond Mothers. I really hope you got the message. Being someone, I live in Eastlands, this is the reality. There is Mama Fua, Mama Mboga. Mama Fua is a breadwinner. So Mama Fua is the one who washes clothes for people. That's the job she does every day. That's the reality in Nairobi. She has to look for work on a daily basis. And she's asking the chief, could you protect us? Because I have to negotiate with this person who is giving me the kibarua or the job. So this is the reality. You know, us who are employed formally, we are called formal. There is some form of structure or policies in place in our places of work. But the reality, and this is the bulk of the population. So the message I'm getting, I don't know what you're getting, each one has a role. Be it a chief, be it a fellow buyer. You saw someone else buying and he's seeing another buyer mistreating a breastfeeding mother, isn't it? So either you choose to breastfeed or I don't buy from you. You see, so what does this mother choose? So even as we do the edutainment, I hope we are getting the messages, and each one of you sitting here has a role. Has a role. If you keep quiet, one child will be affected. So I hope we are getting the messages. I don't want to get emotional about it. Ya mama? Thank you. That is why we are doing this, because ya mama, ya bamba. So I'm going to call Caroline 𝗪𝗀𝗱 from Kenya Private Sector Alliance to introduce to us a video. KEPSA is a private sector alliance, and they're doing so much to support breastfeeding. So Caroline, please come over. As you hear or see on a video, this video is very important, but she'll introduce the video so that you see. So she told me it's KEPSA Foundation. That's where she's coming from. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Leila, and good morning to everyone. My name is Caroline 𝗪𝗱𝗱 from Kenya Private Sector Alliance Foundation. I'll begin by a little introduction about who we are. And basically KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, we bring together business community, we bring together all the multinationals and private companies to come together to discuss and contribute in the socio-economic and the economic development of the country. So for KEPSA Foundation, we are the social arm of KEPSA. We have the women empowerment, leadership, and child care pillar that focuses on areas of championing women empowerment. So KEPSA Foundation, we have been implementing the Better Business Practices for Children project in partnership with UNICEF and Ministry of Health. And the project has been towards advocacy and promotion of maternal, infant, and young child nutrition within the private sector. And this is quite in line with the theme for this year's World Breastfeeding Week. And part of the impact we have realized through the program has been our contribution to the enactment of Breast Milk Substitutes Regulations and Control Act of 2012, the Health Act of 2017, among others. And through this, we've been able to impress upon companies to set up lactation stations, including a model facility that we have at KEPSA that serves as a benchmark and learning center for the private sector to come and see and also go and implement within the organizations. So with us, we have a number of private sector companies that have tagged along just to show as a testimony that workplace support for breastfeeding is working within the private sector in Kenya. We have representatives from Isuzu East Africa, Mabati Rolling Mills, Senaka, and Cooperative Bank, among others. And we are grateful that they are among the organizations that have taken up the challenge and implementing the same. So we will kindly show you a video that we have developed and worked on within the private sector just to show how workplace support for breastfeeding is working, and we believe that it will add more value to the discussion of the day. So I request the video to be played and then we can all watch. Welcome.
So at home you have all the amenities. You can breastfeed, you can express your milk, you can store it. Then you come to the office and maybe you work 2 hours away from where you live, and then suddenly there's nowhere where you can do it.
Kenya Private Sector Alliance is the voice of the private sector in Kenya, and so brings all the sector associations and the corporates, from the multinationals to the very, very small ones, startups, together to speak in one voice on issues, policy and regulations, so that we can create an enabling business environment. KEPSA has an arm, which is the KEPSA Foundation, which is the social arm of trying to ensure that the private sector is also involved in the social issues of the country. So we do a lot of issues around youth, women, children, environment, where it concerns projects that the private sector needs to get involved in. Those are done under the foundation.
The Better Business Practices for Children, BBPC, is a project between UNICEF and the Kenya Private Sector, KEPSA. If a mother leaves home and comes to the office and stays for maybe 8 to 12 hours outside the house and they have not breastfed, sooner or later that milk diminishes and eventually dries up.
Working together with UNICEF and trying to meet the standards of the WHO on better business practices for children, that's when we thought of starting the initiative. And so that we can start encouraging our private sector to create lactation rooms so that women can be able to continue breastfeeding even as they work.
It was really difficult for me when I was pregnant and when I gave birth, because I literally had to fight the system. Breastfeed my children, make sure they're settled in well, and come back to do the evening bulletin. My managers didn't want me to do that, and I had to threaten to leave.
You're not getting a child so that you can become a problematic employee. You're getting a child so that you can use this great work opportunity to provide for this child.
During my time, there were no lactation rooms in our workplaces. So the maximum time we had to actually breastfeed was 3 months.
There's a way you are not settled. What room am I going to use today?
If you do optimal breastfeeding, then you're likely to save about 823,000 children
every year if that is promoted. Breastfeeding also happens to be one of the high impact interventions that can save lives of children under 5 years.
The issues of breastfeeding, Kenya is one of the countries that has put in place several actions. We started by ensuring that a mother can take maternity leave for 30 days and then add the annual leave, and they're able to stay with the baby for about 5.5 months.
And so it's important for the private sector to create those environments where mothers feel safe and also feel that they're contributing, they are not denying their children breastfeed milk.
I think why it's very important is because every individual who then is your staff member comes as a whole person.
Any corporate that is not doing this, they are missing a great opportunity to increase their engagement score of employees at the workplace. So I would encourage, if there are any corporate out there that is not yet established a lactation room or created an environment for all employees to feel okay at work, that the system, the infrastructure is supporting them, then they are missing a great opportunity.
And coming to work and being able to work for an employer who recognizes the need to just give you extra support really helps me feel appreciated. It also helps me when I come back to want to give more.
If you're an enlightened employer, why don't you do it? Because it will add a tremendous amount of value of your company, not only company to your clients, but amongst your people, amongst your staff.
For the companies that have taken up setting up the lactation centers under the Better Business Practices for Children, thank you very much. And we encourage you to continue to talk about it, to encourage other companies to take up the initiative, and also to share your stories, how it has benefited your companies and the welfare of the mothers and the children.
Thank you very much. In addition to this, I just wanted to mention that we also were able to develop guidelines for the private sector to use in terms of implementation of this support to the working women. So we have a policy that gives the guidelines on how they can set up the lactation stations and how they can also have responsive policies that are being implemented to support the women. With that, we thank you and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, KEPSA team. I think it was a good experience to share, isn't it? Yeah, how the private sector is taking their own initiative to ensure workplace is working, workplace support is working, and also partnership with partners. You noted there was a lot of partnership. So, and government's role, of course, we are the ones who develop the policies and the guidelines. So we have a very good guideline on workplace support for breastfeeding. So hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work. I hope you're tweeting. And hashtag WBW2023KE. In case you're not in Twitter or on Twitter, you can also take a photo of me or whatever is happening here and send it to Facebook. So 1 minute. Take time and tweet and retweet. And photo. Don't photo me, that was a joke. Just photo anything else, eh? So just a minute, I'm serious. I am not seeing you with phones. Please tweet and retweet. Don't mudsling us. Just tweet good things about workplace support. Our hashtag is enabling breastfeeding at work and WBW2023KE. So as we continue, mine is to welcome you officially for this event, the launch of WBW2023. Karibuni sana. We are very well edutained, and I hope you're taking something home. Each one of you has a role. And I wish to welcome our guests, our chief guests, and our guests here today. We have representation from the private sector. We also have our guest representing the Principal Secretary and many others you'll get to know. But mine is just to welcome you to this event officially and to welcome Veronica Kirogo, the Head Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, or Acting Head Division of Family Wellness, Nutrition and Dietetics, to give us the objective of the event. Karibu sana, Veronica. Let's give us a round of applause as she comes.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Wow, the room is full. And ya mama? Ya mama? Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Dr. Simon Kibias, representing the Principal Secretary. Esther Mogusu, Director of Nutrition, Wellness, and School Feeding in Nairobi, Asete County. Madam Shaheen, Representative UNICEF Kenya Country Office. Mother Nyagaya, Country Director, Nutrition International, and also the Chair of Scaling Up Nutrition, Safe for Society Alliance Network. Damaris Kafuri from Action from Hunger. Irene Keddy, our young representing from Kotu. Junaid Ura, representing World Health Organization. And I also saw Ruth Tiampati seated somewhere from USAID. Kuresh Abdali, Director, Institute of Human Resource Management. Invited guest, good morning once again. Before I read the objectives, I want us to rehearse the theme for the World Breastfeeding Week this year. That, but it's good to know what are the objectives of the World Breastfeeding Week. If I can get it on the projection. Which is, if we go to the next slide, inform. So we are informing. That's the objective for the World Breastfeeding Week. What are we informing people about? Working parents, perspective on breastfeeding and parenting. Because we want to inform people that breastfeeding at work works. Yeah, that's the information. And that's why we're having this session. We have run a lot of activities throughout the week to inform. Next. To anchor. Yeah, we all understand what is to anchor? So we want to anchor optimal paid leave and workplace support as an important tool to enable breastfeeding. As a country, I know the skit said, and also Carol from KEPSA also brought in, it's law that mothers who are working get 90 days fully paid maternity leave. And because of the role of the fathers, they also get 2 weeks paternity leave paid. So we are anchoring it also into the laws. And last year, there was also an amendment in the Employment Act, and it was added 1 month pre-adoptive leave paid for parents who are adopting children. So that is anchoring. The next one. To engage so that we make sure that we are complying with the laws of the land. Then finally, the last, next slide, is galvanize. Yeah? Yeah, because we want to galvanize action on improving working conditions and relevant support for breastfeeding. You know, when I was listening to the skit, I actually identified, because you go to Mama Boga with a child on the back, do we ever sit and think, how does this woman trader manage to successfully breastfeed exclusively for 6 months and continue with the hustle? And I think it calls us, when a director representing the peers, I think it calls us on how do we create that enabling environment, not just in the formal sector, but also in the informal sector. So we need to galvanize that action, call like-minded organization and institution, so that we can support that space. Those are the 4 objectives: inform, engage, anchor, and galvanize. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So don't forget the objectives for the World Breastfeeding Week this year. So we are going to a session where we'll have experience sharing from different people, parents, employers. So you will hear their story about workplace support for breastfeeding. So I will start with 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, who is a male champion. He's a father of a 3-year-old. 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀, you're welcome. As 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀 comes, we have lined up the following, so be ready. Jane Motisia. 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀 will talk to us for 3 minutes, then Jane Motisia will come. Jane, can I know where you are? Jane Motisia? Okay, great. And then we have Margaret Ndongo, and then we have Steina Daniel, and then we have Jane Aching. She's also there. So they are ready. You'll follow each other like that, but I will call you out. So just be ready so that we save time. So 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀 has joined us with his wife and his 3-year-old daughter. Karibu sana 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm 𝗪𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀
Simama tu hapo.
I'm 𝗪𝗶𝗀𝗱𝗵 with my wife here, with a young daughter. His name is Salima. This is 𝗪Σ𝗵𝗍, my wife. Sasa niko naye Niko na experience ya breastfeeding kwa mtoto wangu wa miaka 3, na nimekuwa nikiwa very harsh mtoto wangu anyonyeshwe. Nilikuwa nawacha kila kitu nikuja nijue kama amenyonyeshwa. Hata nafanya kazi ya self employment, nauza mtumba, tunasaidiana na bibi yangu. Lakini nilimwacha kwa miezi 6 akae kwa nyumba. Lakini kila saa nilikuwa nikirudi na wacha kazi nikuja nijue kama mtoto amenyonya. Nikisikia hata nikiwa kwa nyumba akilia tu nalia amenyonya. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa kazi ya. Na nilishigi hata mpaka nikimpeleka clinic ndio nipate experience ya kujua mtoto atanyonyeshwaje. Na niliishi hiyo miezi 6 mpaka nikahakikisha amenyonya, hajakunywa kitu, hajatumia kitu yote, wala chakula wala maji, mpaka akafika hivi. Na alinyonya kwa miezi 6 na wiki 2. Ndio nikahakikisha amenyonya, amekula. Hizo wiki 2 zilikuwa ni za extra, nijue tu bado yuko sawa. Sasa ndio huyu hapa tumefika, is healthy, na niliona mavuno ya kukosa kupatia mtoto malezi ya kunyonyesha mtoto miezi 6 bila kumpatia chakula, maji yoyote. Sasa is healthy, ugonjwa hakuna, vitu ndogo ndogo, yani tu apati homa, magonjwa madogo madogo apati. It's very healthy. Naona hiyo ndio experience mimi nimepata, na naweza sisitiza hata wazazi wote lazima tuwe kama sisi. Hata wanaume kwa nyumba lazima tusimame nao, ndio nao wawe na nguvu pia kufuata masharti. Sasa mimi naweza kuhimiza wanaume kwa manyumba, tushikilie wanawake wetu mikono, tulee watoto, tuwapatie haki zao. Asante, sina mengi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. That is an experience from a household. And that's why we are saying enabling parents, isn't it? Yeah, thank you so much, Abubakar. Asante sana, Abubakar and Rosemary and the little girl. Let's give them another round as we welcome Jane Mutisia, Moms with Career Gaps Back to Work, to give us her experience. You're welcome. You have to stand here, so you don't need that microphone. You can come this way. Let's clap for Jane as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Coach Jenny Mutisia. I am the MD for Career Management Center, and we do everything to do with HR. I'm a career coach, and we do a lot of recruitment. And in my line of recruitment, I met very many women who wanted me to help them bounce back to work because they took a break because they were pregnant, or because they quit because when they got the children, they felt not supported enough to balance between work and career. And therefore the theme for this year resonates very well with me. Very well, because I've lived it. And anyone in recruitment here will tell you. Any of us knows a woman who has quit work because they couldn't cope with the pressure, who couldn't go back, and they will call HR, and HR will confirm. Can I get 2 more weeks? HR will be like, let me consult. And then maybe they never come back. Some of us will be lucky to work for proper organizations that have very good policies, but all of us may not be lucky. True? And I'm happy you're saying that you at least know a woman or two, and maybe very many. In my database, I have over 1,000 women who purely left work. Some of them have 5 years gaps, have 2 years gaps, 3 years gaps, educated to master's level. but they dropped out of work purely because they could not balance those two. Because us in this room could not support them. Because us in this room, sometimes we put policies, but we don't follow through those policies to ensure that people understand them and implement them well. And I only got to learn this. My background is in HR, and I'm a woman. But I only got to learn this stress when I became a mother. And I'm not saying it's not possible for those who are not mothers, no. I'm just saying it's important for those who have a voice, who know what other people go through, to be able to speak for that young woman. Remember, most mothers will be very young. 24, 25, 26, below that, and it doesn't matter what age. Being a first-time mother is very challenging. True? Yeah. So those women are suffering. They're suffering, and I'm very happy that the government, very happy that the vision for this year is not just focusing on the children, but even in the mothers. Because every time you see that woman coming from maternity, she's actually food on heels. She's carrying food for someone. She's carrying food for a baby who doesn't know, whoever has the food, where did this person get my food? So the baby is crying all day, her boobs are full, she's feeling like she's sick, because again, any woman here who has ever had an engorged breast will tell you how it feels. My first time together, I didn't know what it was. I thought I had a very bad flow of malaria. And I called my lactation manager in the hospital, and I'm like, I'm feeling so bad. I had breastfed one boob, and the other one was so packed with milk, and I don't know what was happening. And she told me, go to the bathroom, open the shower, and the milk would just flow, help it flow. So imagine this woman who was gone. She can't go to the shower because we have no shower, we have no space in that workplace, we have nowhere. And those are those who go for long meetings, and you have maybe a nursing mother in that room. You'll also tell me, every time you have a woman who is empowered enough to say, I'll need some 30 minutes breaks to go and express, you tell me, you see how people look at that woman. So you can actually feel the discrimination in the air of how people are looking at her and wondering, when you feel how special, they're not saying it, but the discrimination is there. And it's all over. And I've asked most people, like, so where are you going to express? I'm a consultant, so I go to many organizations. And somehow, if you're doing maybe something that requires that you're in a room for long, you get to interact and you ask people, so where are you expressing? I do it in the car. And I'm like, do you know how many women in this office can't afford a car? Do you know how many women in this office can't afford to be someone asking them, where have you been for 30 minutes? You can talk to your manager, you can work less hours, but because we don't give it the importance that is supposed to be given, like a place I worked, we would send the woman to go and discuss with their manager, and that might be a very uncomfortable decision. So can we have policies that are very clear on how they implement? The same way we have annual leave. You are applying for this is the procedure. Can we have the same? If you're in this room, please go and establish even those mentorship programs. When those women come back from maternity, let me tell you, it's very, very, mentorship works in everything. It's extremely difficult for this young mom to focus for more than 8 hours. Even that 1 hour that you give them for them to leave early and come early, and sometimes it is not discussed. She may want to be able to come early in the morning and leave late in the evening, but that is not discussed. So until we change this as a mindset, and the government is doing with the policy, but if we take this and take it as one of our equity, you know, being able to analyze the different conditions and situations that different people need to thrive. The same importance that we take disability with. The same importance that we keep saying gender mainstreaming. And remember, every time a woman drops and says they can't work anymore, we lose one woman, and all the efforts that we have put in terms of educating these ladies, all the efforts that we have put, all the efforts that feminists have put in making sure that we go to school, we do ABCD, are all down the drain. So before I leave the podium, I see our MC has come. How many of us are committing that we are at least going to develop a policy in our workplaces? A policy that is implementable. Not just something nice for the paper, but a policy that is implementable. And remember, this is not just something good for the directors. Every woman, be it on the assembly floor or the CEO, all of us deserve to be taken care of, to have dignified workplaces, and to breastfeed our babies. Thank you very much. Advocate for the same.
Thank you so much, Jane Mutisia. I hope you noted what she is. She's a coach. She's not a nutritionist. She's in HR, or has just given her time to find out how are women doing who are in the employment space. Each one has a role. Don't forget. Ya mama? Ya mama. Enabling breastfeeding? Then the new one on the block is food on? Yes. That's what she has told us. Food on heels. Akitoka ameenda na chakula ya wenyewe. Na mtoto ajui yako wapi. I hope it sank, eh? Aya. So our next speaker is Margaret Ndongo. Your 3 minutes also. You see how you can make it brief and sweet. Karibu sana. Let's welcome Margaret. Margaret is HR from Human Resource in Isuzu East Africa. Can you imagine? So, karibu sana, Margaret.
All protocols observed. Good morning. So my name is Margaret Ndongo. As you've heard, I work in Isuzu East Africa. I'm the HR manager. And I'm very excited this morning to be invited in such a great ceremony during the launch of the 2023 World Breastfeeding Week. So just for those who may not know Isuzu East Africa, I'll be very brief. In Isuzu East Africa, we assemble motor vehicles, we distribute, and we offer after-sales solutions. We are the market leaders with a 51.8% market share. So we are really keen on sustainability, and we are very aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, number 3, 5, and 8. That is on good health and well-being, decent work, and the economic growth for employees. We also support equal opportunities for all. So this morning I've been invited to talk about the practices we have in Isuzu East Africa. In Isuzu East Africa, we really value employee welfare, and we believe in a holistic employee, holistic wellness. The same way we believe that production of vehicles will result to good results to the final line. We also believe that production of milk, breast milk, is very important for our female employees, because at the end of the day, these are the people who are working and producing results. So I would like just to share some of the practices that we have in our workplace. As Jane has talked about HR and having policies, in HR we drive the culture of ensuring that the women agenda is put forward. We have a women council which takes care of women needs in the organization. We develop policies that are aligned to the Employment Act, that are aligned to the World Health Organization and UNICEF requirement in terms of the rights of children. So we have a lactation room. Some of you may have seen the lactation station on the screen. Our leader is a woman, Rita Kavashe, and she's doing a great job. So our lactation room is fully equipped with comfortable seats, tables, a refrigerator, to the capacity of, it can hold at least 500 180 ml bottles. It's well ventilated, very colorful. You see, to produce milk, you need to see nice things, yeah? Something that will excite you. We want when our mothers sit there, they're able to express quickly. Because at the end of the day, we want this child to get the nutrients that they require to develop good immunity and protect them from illness. So we developed this lactation room in 2017, and we have seen very many changes in the organization. In addition to, in this room, we have a sink which has hot water, soap. We have shelves that accommodate the bottles, and they're lockable, and there's security access to make sure that the milk the women express is safe. We also have flexi working hours, and we have breaks for breastfeeding mothers. We have a flexi for all employees, but for breastfeeding mothers, we have extended this, and they're able to align this to the babies program. You know, we have babies who are early risers and different. So they can actually align this to their needs. Come in early, leave late, or come in late and leave early. We have those programs. We also have a wellness policy, which has a lifestyle modification program in it, where we have a canteen within the organization where mothers are able to actually choose and take balanced diet, which at the end of the day will benefit the child. We have a gym in place, so our mothers are always encouraged to eat. Don't watch your weight. After all, at the end of the 6 months, you have a gym. You can go and exercise and get back to your figure 8 shape. Yeah, so we also have our medical policy, which takes care of maternity complications and complications that mothers get after delivery. Because, you know, if you're stressed as a mother, then you're not going to be able to produce milk. We have counseling services that we provide. We have a on-site staff clinic where mothers are provided with prenatal and postnatal services, so that if you're experiencing any difficulties or any stress, then a counselor will attend to you, will support you with all the services that you require. So Isuzu is a great place to be. And for me, I would urge those who do not have flexi hours to consider having this for their employees. Maternity, the same as what has been communicated by KEPSA, the 90 days maternity leave. In addition to this, we allow our employees to take the 1 month leave and to also take additional 90 days unpaid leave. And to the men, we are talking about working parents. So to our men, we allow them to take an additional 14 days unpaid leave. That is in addition to the 14 days. There's a maternity package where every employee, both applies to the women and even to the men. They get a package to take, that is a package of Pampers, a lesso for the mother, and we also provide them with some cash to go and do some basic shopping before they get home. So that is how, those are the policies that we have in place in Isuzu East Africa. We have seen productivity improve, we've seen our retention levels improve. The attrition rate for Isuzu East Africa for women in 2016, before we started the mother's room and the flexi hours and the other facilities that we have, the attrition rate was at 8%. Right now, it's at 2.1%. The revenue per employee has actually grown since 2016 from around 36 to 58 million per employee. Our employee engagement level for female employees has actually grown from an initial 54% in 2016 to a 97% in year 2023, which was the last time we did our engagement survey. So as I leave, mine is to urge employers who have not established a lactation room, those who do not have the flexi working hours, to consider having them in the workplace, because they help increase and improve employee productivity, and at the end, the bottom line is impacted positively. And my quote as I leave, by Pamela Wiggins: breastfeeding is a mother's gift to herself, her child, and the earth. Thank you.
Wow, so much to take home. Thank you so much, Margaret, for sharing the Isuzu experience. You've left me wondering whether that's the next place I should go for employment. Yeah, that's how powerful that workplace support can be. And you can see the benefits to the employer. That is the secret. Benefit to the employer, revenue. Because every business, it's about revenue. This mother has something that she can add to the revenue. So thank you so much, Margaret, once again. Knight, you're welcome. Let's welcome Knight. Don't forget, I hope you took a photo of Margaret and Jane and Abubakar and tweeted and retweeted and also shared on Facebook and whichever WhatsApp, whichever one you have. So Knight is from the State Department for Crops Development. You're welcome to tell us your story. Just 3 minutes. Yes.
Habari zenyu. Mmebarikiwa sana. You know, people have been coming here in the capacity of directors, of parents, but I'm just coming in a capacity of a supervisor. That is a principal human resource management officer in the State Department of Crop Development, Ministry of Agriculture. You know, in my background, our last born, mama alimnyonyesha for 5 years. Na sikuwa naelewa ni kwa nini. Lakini nilipofika hapo nikasikia kwamba ya mama, ya bamba. So that young man was really enjoying something, and he was also bonding with my mom. So before our mom left us in 2018, alikuwa ameshikamana na mama hivi. So there's something about breast milk that is so good. I just came to the department. I've been there for 6 months, but my previous station was National Youth Service. I know when you hear NYS in bad measures, but we have positive stories in equal measures. So when we had new employees coming in 2016, HR officers, and I jokingly told them, you know, this is the best time to give birth if you're thinking of doing so. And true to that word, they did that, but not the same time. I don't know if they talked about it, so it was staggered. So from my own experience, I decided I want to make a difference for these parents who are also our officers. So what we did, we engaged in flexi time arrangements. The first 6 months, I gave them all that time. And why? Because we have 3 months, according to the law. And then I told them, make sure you don't use your leave days, let them accrue, so that when you are through the 3 months, then you are able to add. Issues clinics, we knew how to go about it. So they went back home, very happy mothers, stress-free mothers, taking care of very little beautiful babies who are very healthy. So after 6 months, they're coming back to work. And then I asked them, not at the same time, I'd really like you to give me opportune time. At what time do you like to come in? In the afternoon, in the morning, and for only 2 hours. The 7th month, almost the 1 year. What we experienced during that time, it was so phenomenal. Coming from NYS, working in a uniformed establishment, a disciplined establishment, being in the HR, We were able to do promotion for more than 1,000 officers. Succession management, we took care of it. We have trained a phenomenal number of people. And when the mothers came back, maybe for those 2 hours, maybe for those 3 hours, I can happily report here, the productivity was so high. And because I do the reporting, I'm able to stand here, give factual information that our performance targets were met and even were exceeded. Why? Because we enabled those beautiful mothers. We told them that it was possible. And I remember that time I was also doing the interview for more than 1,000 officers. Some were coming in, they had just given birth. So we used to tell them, just come over, take a night's rest. Then I could just make a call. How are you, Mama Flagi? Have you woken up? Did you sleep well? Are you sure you're able to come at this time? Have you breastfed your baby? Is she or he sleeping? That went a very long way just to encourage them. So when they came in the interview room, then they find a smiling light. They find a good panel. You can imagine what happened. And let me tell you, even from the schools, those ones, they got the highest. So when we were transiting from a state department to a state corporation in NYS, legally we are given an option. You either stay or you go back to the mainstream civil service. And the 3 of them, they remained. That is staff retention. Because there's an enabling environment, a supportive environment for them to take good care of their babies and also their health. So what am I saying? That even at a zero budget, we may not be there having a lactation station, but there was something we could do differently to enable us to be where we are. And maybe it's the parting shot. Coming from the mainstream civil service, maybe we could entrench that as a performance contract in our PC. Because when we do it like that, we are forced, we have to do it. And then with a robust monitoring and evaluation, we are going to make sure that it is sustained. God bless you so much. And as I leave this place, inasema kwamba inawezekana. Thank you so much.
Inawezekana. Thank you so much, Knight. A beautiful story from government. Yes. And I just want to take note. My emphasis here is the individual. Because this is a government entity, but the difference is made by an, did she say what, zero budget? Did you hear that? With zero budget, you have a motivated workforce. So that is the story I want you to go back with. Each one, in your own individual capacity, has a role. Next is Taina Daniel. I hope the story is as sweet as the previous speakers. You have been given a very high standard by the Margarets and the Janes and the Knights and Abu Bakr. So I hope you, let's welcome Steina is from Mabati Roaring Mills. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Taina, and I'm from Mobati Rolling Mills. Yamama? You know, Yabamba to the central beach of us is not so hard. Still, we can say comfortably. Yamama, Yaba? All right. So mine is a story. I'm privileged to have children in 2 different scenarios. So my first boy was working that time, but now when coming back to work, we didn't have that lactation. It was not able, the previous organization that I was in, we didn't have a lactation room or a mother's room, what we call these days. So going back, the first day I went back home to work, of course, the first week was okay because we had expressed and we had enough milk from the fridge. But now going back to work, remember, I don't have any other place that I can express this breast milk so that I can take back to my baby. So what happened is I used to go to the bathroom because now I cannot stay with my breast full. It's painful. So I'll go to the bathroom, relieve myself so that I can come back to work. So as time went by, I had to introduce food at 4 months. And the first day, of course, we made the food ready and partitioned it. By the time I was coming back home at 3, the food was supposed to last the whole day, mpaka supper, but at 3 there's no food. So he asked the help, what happened? But the baby wanted to eat. So we gave the food. So you can imagine the shock that this body of this young man growing, the development is not yet done. And now we've introduced something very strange to the body. We had to massage so that we can let the baby pass out that food and retain fast, and also bring back the system back to normal. I did not go back to work. And that was the end of me working for that organization. So lucky enough, I came to MRM, and that time I decided, why not, for the second baby. So when coming back now from the maternity leave, remember I had that experience, the first baby, and that experience. I was like, what am I going to find? But I was met with this beautiful room, that I have a mother's room. I have time, that you have a flex. You can come in at 9 or 10 and go back and leave work maybe later. You can come in early or leave and leave what? Late. Yes. I was like, are you joking? You guys are for real? You know, it was too good to be true. But yes, that is what I experienced. So we had this, it is still there. So I was very privileged to be the first beneficiary of that room from Mabati Rolling Mills. So I had this, my baby at times would decide that today we are keshaing, we're not doing, it's not for prayers, but we will sit there all night. So in the morning, I had that chance that I could come in to work later, but still perform, because I would get this other times, maybe during lunchtime, break time, and express as often as I could, making sure and knowing that the food on heels, it's still going to go back home with the food to the baby, right? So when I went back to my desk, I would concentrate. And the moment that I noticed that this company is taking care of me, of course I also had to take care of it. And I've been there for the last 8 years. So that is the story. So it's the revenue, it's a win-win. Win-win for the employee and win-win for the organization. Yes, so that's my story. Thank you so much for the chance.
Thank you so much. What I'm picking from Steina's experience is the personal motivation she received from the support. And I bet you, when the other employees see the way one employee is treated, they are also motivated. I don't know, the dynamics are there. Yeah, I guess you will understand, but that is the point. Because sometimes negative energy flows and positive energy also flows, isn't it? So thank you so much, Steina, for that experience and sharing 2 different setups of employment. That was good. Thank you so much. The last but not least is Jane Achieng-Aluto. You're welcome. Let's give her a round of applause. Jane is a case study from the informal settlement on exclusive breastfeeding. Let's hear this wonderful story from Jane. Karibu sana.
Okay, habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Jane Achieng-Aluto kutoka Mathare slums. Mimi niko na watoto 3 na mimi ni hairdresser. Okay, nikishare idea yangu, experience yangu kuhusu exclusive breastfeeding. Hao watoto 2 wa kwanza nilizaa kabla sijapata elimu. Venye niliwazaa, nilikuwa nawapea chakula mapema sana. Nilikuwa naonelea mtoto akilia ni ako na njaa. Seti analaka kitu, nilikuwa naonelea tu ni njaa ndio ako nayo. Sasa nilikuwa nawapatia chakula mapema sana. 1 month nilianza kuwapatia maziwa ya packet, nanunua unga ya uji nawapatia, lakini nilikuwa naona inaniletea shida. Kwa sasa ndio naona ilikuwa inaniletea shida, lakini kitambo sikuwa naona ni shida, nilikuwa naona tu ni kitu muhimu tu. Sasa nilikuwa yani nikishampatia maziwa ya packet ama uji, mtoto sasa hata nyonya. Mimi ndio nitabaki na shida juu maziwa imejaa kwa matiti. Siwezi hata inua hivi mkono juu ya mizizi hizi. Kichwa ilikuwa inauma. Sasa ilikuwa ni shida, lakini tangu nipate elimu kutoka kwa KEPSA, mtoto wangu wa 3 sahii ako 2 years 1 month. Nilimnyonyesha toka hii mwezi wa kwanza mpaka wa 6, lakini mimi nilipitisha hiyo 6 months, niliexit mpaka 7 months. Juu nilikuwa nataka nione kumbe mimi ndio sikuwa na experience. Sasa nimepata elimu, naona yani mtoto ako active kabisa, mtoto anaongea, ameanza kuongea haraka, ametembea na 8 months, mtoto ameshatembea. Saa hii nampeleka daycare, anasumbua mtu wa daycare, yani anaongea mtoto yani hadi wananiambia huyu mtoto unafaa mpeleke shule. Juu anajua kila kitu, anauliza kila kitu. Alafu magonjwa yenye walikuwa wanapata before nipate elimu, hana magonjwa hizi ovyo ovyo, mara homa, mara nini, ananga. Sasa hiyo elimu yenye nilipata imefanya hadi mimi nielimishe wengine. Tuko na chama huko Mathare, vikundi za wamama, wana youth hadi wa baba. Sasa venye nilipata hiyo elimu, nikaanza kuelimisha hao wengine pia kwa vikundi. Hadi kuna group ya young mothers huko Mathare, kuna wasichana wanazaa mapema, hawana experience venye mtoto anafaa anyonyeshwe. Sasa naenda hapo na waelimisha, wanajua sasa venye wanaweza nyonyesha mtoto mpaka afikishe 6 months ndio aanze kukula. Pia ni clients wangu wakikuja ni watengeneze nywele na waelimisha. Kasa customer akikuja lazima nimwambie kujua. Kuna wengine wanakuja na watoto. Sasa zingine mtoto anamsumbua sana, namuuliza, na mbona mtoto analia hivi? Kuna kitu nampatia? Ananielezea venye anajua. Na mimi sasa ndio namwambia sasa ukweli wa mambo. Sasa nimesaidika sana na nimeshukuru. Mimi naweza jisemea ni kama mimi ni beneficiary kutoka KEPSA. Asanteni KEPSA, mbarikiwe.
Wow, the stories are amazing and unique, isn't it? So let's give all of them, the 6 of them, a round of applause. Each one of you, your story was unique. I also wish to commend the team that organized that session. Let's give them a round of applause. It was very unique. Caroline and team, thank you so much for the good job. You brought very unique stories and scenarios for us to hear. And you noted from the last Jane, we had 2 Janes. The last Jane, she's now an advocate. She's a champion, isn't it? We don't even need to work. That's the beauty. You had Margaret. She's the champion herself. You also had Knight. Because of their experience, they are now champions. So we have got many, many champions in their own unique way. Mine is, I think I'm almost done here. I'll wish to ask you to stand. In health, we also expect the adults to be healthy. So tunataka damu iende kwa miguu. Wale waelewe Kiswahili, we want blood to go to your legs. Yeah, so damu iende kwa miguu, blood to go to the legs. So let's stretch. Yeah, so that we have blood flowing to the brain and every part of the body. Always take 1 hour breaks to stretch. Don't sit throughout so that you remain healthy. We can have our seat as we welcome Veronica Kirogo, the head of division, to take on the rest of the meeting. And then I will come back when we are closing. Don't forget to tweet hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work, hashtag WBW2023KE. Those who are not on Twitter. And today, no negative tweets. Today, KOT. Larry, hashtag enabling breastfeeding at work, and hashtag WBW2023KE. Let's do our Yamama. I will not do Mabati roaring mirrors. The other one is what? Enabling breastfeeding. Don't forget, enabling breastfeeding. And the last nice one, food on. And if you remember, whose name was it? Is it Margaret or whoever? A gift for the baby, a gift for herself, the mother, and a gift for what? The earth. So those are very important things to carry home. Karibu sana, Veronica.
Thank you very much, Leila. Can we give her, are we allowed to give MC a round of applause? Thank you very much. Ya mama? Ya mama? I can't hear that side. Ya mama? Ya mama? Great. Now we get into the formal session. You have heard the stories. Are you motivated? Yes. Are you going to make a difference for working parents? Yes. Or even for yourself, for those who are in that age? Yeah? The key thing is making a difference, so that we are able to help our future leaders to get a good start. So we are going to have official remarks, and we have lined up about 4 before the chief guest. And mine is just to usher in so that we also hear those motivational remarks for us to be able to be motivated to make a difference. And the first one, we'll have Kuresha Abdullahi, the Executive Director, Institute of Human Resource Management. Please make your way. And let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Veronica. Allow me to ride on all the protocols which have been set. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my fellow HR professionals, leaders in the room, influencers, the parents, the amazing children, good afternoon. It's an honor for me to stand here this morning, but before I proceed, I just wanted to see, just if you are a HR professional, just stand up from where you are and wave. Wow, thank you, thank you. You may be seated. I am the Executive Director of the Institute of Human Resource Management. The Institute of Human Resource Management, it's a professional body that regulates the HR profession in Kenya. We also enhance competence and capabilities while supporting innovation and transformative HR practice and standards in this country. Now, this morning, I attended, actually 2 weeks ago, we had a roundtable for HR professionals, and what can we do in this space of breastfeeding and supporting working parents. And I remember I said during that time that we put so much focus. It's good to recognize what it is and what we do. It's good to have a week to celebrate the breastfeeding mothers. But beyond the 7 days, what do we have to show for? And I think I'm looking at Nancy, Jane, and I know Esther is somewhere in this room. I am one person that if I get involved in something, then I want to see the impact. Not just for the camera, but to see thriving parents, to see more mothers. If you paid attention to Jane, she said in her database, she has more than 1,000 ladies who quitted their work to support their children, and now they're looking for a job in the market. Please, if you have that opportunity, try and access Jane's database. Maybe that link you're missing within an organization, that person who should be innovative and transform your organization is sitting somewhere in her database. Apart from my capacity as the executive director of the institute, which I'll come into bit on why the HR professionals are important in this conversation. I am also a young mother, a CEO at my age. My mom asked when I was taking this job, I was actually taking a salary cut, and I'm glad most of the people seated here work in the development sector. For a lady from my community to take part in a competitive process and get a job, then decline, then I'll not be setting the pace for all the other girls. So, mimi na kierere yangu, I left a very comfortable job working from home for an international organization, regional role, to come and become the CEO for the HR professionals in Kenya. Now, in that role, I'm just in it by 2 years, 3 months, and I have 1 year, 3 months old baby girl, Aliyah. She's still breastfeeding. So when such conversations happen, it speaks to me. And I want you guys to look at it from this angle, especially for those who get to the leadership and they're still young mothers. Ensure you have very supportive workforce. Those who work with you will drive the organization when you cannot travel. We were celebrating a very important month, the HR month, and I relied on the rest of my team members to crisscross this country to pass the message on what is expected of the HR professionals. And all I had to do was tell them, guys, you know I can't leave earlier, and I can't travel with her. So please step up into my role and go pass the message. So even as we focus on how do we make the working place enabling, that you must ensure that you have a supportive workforce. And I'm speaking to the leaders, because you can put all these amenities in place, but when duty calls, then you need to ensure that there is a place we can fall into. And allow me to say something. The HR professionals are very key to this conversation, because we are the foundation of organizations. The CEO is not, the board members are not. The HR professionals are the foundation of the organization, because we manage people from entry to exit. We call it hire to retire. And we have to ensure, regardless whether it's male or female, that they're very comfortable when they're working in that space. And how do we do that? We have to convince, especially when we're sitting on the tables that make the decisions, that we have to make sure that there is inclusivity in our workplace, and we live by it. Inclusivity does not mean that we have a colorful room, but we still expect Kuresha to work 8 to 5. Just because her baby is just the next room, or there is a machine or a fridge she can express. Because we have to be careful, because there is a thin line between trying to make working mothers thrive and exploiting them at the same time. So let's listen. And I echo what Jen said, mentor, pay attention. Because there's some people, because in these times, economies are hard. Everyone wants to hold on to their job. And from my own experience, there's nothing called work-life balance. We just need to learn how to integrate the two. And that's the reality. Because balancing means I have to give the same attention. It's not possible. So that's why it's important we talk of integration. Now, the government has different policies, and I'm glad when the government sets the pace, the private sector also gives in. Listening to everyone on how they benefited in that space, then we need to bring in the dynamics of, I want to break this into 3. How is it beneficial to the parent? How is it beneficial to the baby? And how is it beneficial to the company. As a parent, when you know that you can have a baby and still keep your job and ensure that your baby is breastfed well, then you will be able to integrate your work with family. You will not shy away in saying that my breasts are encroached, allow me to go and breastfeed, I'll come back. Or I need to go and express milk. And we take so much for granted that we assume the washrooms in these commercial buildings are not even set. And I think even as we put the different organizations to task, even the developers should be put to task to have designated breastfeeding places the same way they have washrooms and taken care of clean. So as a parent, in your workplace, then you get motivated because you don't have to think about how is my baby doing back at home, how will she get milk, because if I didn't come with her, then it means I've expressed the previous day and I know she has enough storage at home and I know someone who is taking care of her. Then in terms of even the engagement, it was alluded here that when you do the survey, and let's embrace data, let's not just assume because you have that space, then it all is well. You have to make sure that you're collecting data to make sure you're making informed decisions. It's key that you have the space, so what? Are you just sticking in a box? Or you can actually see from Kuresha and her family that because of this space, they're comfortable and they're contributing to the organization. In terms of even balancing between work, the friendship that you have, because sometimes unajitoa, unaona like, why is it that it's just me who's speaking about this issue? How comes it's not affecting so and so the same way it's affecting me? It doesn't mean because you've stopped having children, then you don't have to care for others. Then, even for your employee well-being, when I'm healthy and I'm psychologically stable, then I'll be able, because remember, it's enabling breastfeeding. And for the mothers, you know, when we are under stress, that milk disappears. You don't know to where. I know I'm sure there is science behind it. Because even if I wanted to go on, when I'm under some level of stress, then the milk disappears. Then let me come to the baby. When you have a healthy child, and I'm going to link this with the company, then you will not have to keep on seeing sick leaves, that I'm always absent. I need, earlier just got a cold, I don't know, the next day it's pneumonia, the next day it's malaria, every day it's fever, we don't know, we can't explain. So it has beneficial, and it's been said here that a child who is breastfed well, actually they grow better and faster than those who have not been breastfed well, because I have the experience of both also. And what does that do? Especially for those of you who offer insurances. When you've taken care of that space, when I know my baby is taken care of, then it can even give you a discount on your premiums come next year because your usage was low. So you get to save cost for the company. And in terms of the productivity, you see, for every shilling counts. And this goes to the private sector and even the public sector, because we are service-driven industry and then the profit-making industry. So we all need people, and that people includes the parents who have just given birth, the parents who have young children. There are those fathers like Abubakar who are very keen to have the children breastfeed, and that's a very smart move because he's saving also, because if that child is not taken care of and if he didn't let his wife stay at home as he works, then other expenses will crop up in terms of even now you have to look for a substitute milk, you have to look for someone to support in the house, You have to even find money for medicine if it gets to that. So if you, all that compounded, then you will see what it means for you even as an entrepreneur, for the companies who are profit-making, and even for the service industry within the government. Then we promote inclusive workplace. Inclusive workplace from the angle of when someone knows that beyond that fridge and a station for expressing, then there are creeps. Because remember, we work different shifts, because I don't want to assume everyone works 8 to 5. There are those who work during night shifts, and they will be comfortable when they know their babies are close to them. So let's ensure, and this is my call to the HR professionals, even as we wait for formalized policies in place, these policies you always reference to, they are not written on stone. Remember, they're just guides to be followed. You do not need to go through a lot of bureaucracies to see that you need a one-pager to adjust what you have right now. I think if we did the maths right now, it will not even cost more than 100,000 to set a breastfeeding station in your workplaces. You start small, you invest in it, and you grow it. Let's do this holistically. Let's influence policy, and to the leaders in the room, please, let's walk the talk beyond the celebrations. Let's come back here in August to the Mama Mbogas. Let's set stations, because I've seen now the counties with devolutions, everyone is building stalls. So have you looked back and said in Nairobi that this market's coming up? I know there is a HR, because remember, for every workforce, there's someone who is managing. Over and beyond having those workforce, because where I come from, because of the sun, I've seen mothers who keep their child under the wheelbarrow, some as young as 2 weeks. So let's not just look at having a place to sell the vegetables. Let's have, and it should be designated. It should not be 100 people and then one station for expressing milk and all that. There has to be a system, and I call upon the Ministry of Health, please relook into your policies. Just by listening to the Mama Mbogas, to the different ladies, the hairdressers, remember they're in the informal sector. Let's not just leave this to the private sector. They can contribute, but we're putting billions actually to set up those markets. Let that part of that money go to inclusive workplace, because that is the workplace, you're investing in it. Let's make it as enabling as possible. And thank you so much for having me. And I assure you, to the 17,000 members who are the decision makers and influencers within the HR fraternity, we support this call. And hopefully when we come back here next year, the story will be different. Thank you for having me.
Let's give Kuresha organized clubs. I belong, wait. I belong to the Nyayo era because I benefited from the school milk. So we are going to clap 1, 2, 3, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go! Fungua! Thank you, Kuresha. And I think she has really committed the HR professional, 17,000 strong member. So I know my team is taking note that we are going to monitor compliance because there are no two ways about it. We have engaged, and now I think ours will be to support from the behind, but we have taken also the challenge. I know PS, we have been challenged in terms of informal sector, the guidelines for those, and we'll take up the challenge. Thank you very much, Kuresha. Now I want to invite Irene Keddy from Central Organization of Trade Union. Yeah, Of course, you know Mzee Atwoli, and I think she's following the footstep. And I don't want to preempt because she also has a story, and it's good to also get to see how is KOTU going to make a difference for working parents. Karibu sana, Irene.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I think I'm taller than the microphone. My name is Irene Kendi. I'm the programs coordinator in KOTU, in charge of women and gender. That is my place. And I'm also the former personal assistant and advisor to the former Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender, Professor 𝗪cije𝗵𝗀𝗧. I'm also the former deputy president of SONU, Student Organization of Nairobi University, the first female deputy president in history to take that position. Now you can guess why I'm in the trade unions. Yeah, I'm here today to represent my boss, Brother Francis Atwoli, who is out of the country. He was supposed to be here, but I can tell you, I fit the shoe. I'll give you a brief story of mine, because I believe the best stories are told by survivors and not victims. I'm also an author. I wrote my first book, Carving of a Firebrand, Tamemo. When I was growing up, because many will be like, well, I'm a teacher by profession. I have 2 master's degree. You know, women, I want to teach you something. When you are given a podium, you hide too much of who you are. Have you seen men say, I'm a doctor? I'm so and so? Women, show up and show the world who you are. And that is how you will implement these policies that you are discussing here. We cannot achieve anything if we don't have women leadership and governance positions. We'll talk of policies, but many will be like, so who do you think you are? You tell them, this is who I am, and this is what I want, and this is how we'll get it. I teach women the rules of the game, because I'm a leader, and I'm a politician, and I'm a Christian. And that is why I'm Brother Francis Atwoli's coordinator of programs. And he knows. And that man, guys, let me tell you, he's so passionate about women and gender. In the executive board of KOTU, we have like 4 women. We have so many women general secretaries. So the reason I'm in the space of women and the business of women, when you were born, my father rejected my mother because she could not give birth to boys. And since when I was a young girl, as early as 5, I wanted to show the world being a girl is not being an outcast. And I grew up with that in my heart. And you can even see the way I walk and the way I look and the way I talk. So we grew up in the market. My mom was a mama mboga. May God rest her in peace. She died in 2017 in a road crash. And she brought us single-handed up, and she taught me the business of market. I was sharing with Madam in the morning. So I grew up in the market. Mama wako hapa unisosa. But you see the way they are children. But my mom, I learned what my mother was doing. If my mother was a doctor, I could be the best doctor in the world today. But she was a mama mboga, and that is what I learned. And that is how I made my first million at the age of 24. Niko na kakitu, by the way. Trade union, you can't be a voice if you are broke. You can't drive the women agenda when you are broke. Men, and you guys do know men. So I grew up in the market. Unfortunately, after I cleared high school, I could not join the university because we didn't have the resources. Really, my mom is a mama mboga, but many pro. Women, help yourself with what you have and where you are as you prepare for what you are. And that is what I did. I couldn't die. I couldn't commit suicide. So I went back to the market. I started selling potatoes, nyanyas, and the cereals. And my dream and desire was to go to the university. Girls from Maua Meru. How many know Maua Meru where Mira comes from? That is where I come from. Ameru mueni. I come from Maua, where girls don't go to school. And remember, I want to crush the narrative. I want to disapprove my father. I didn't know my father, by the way, he died in 2019. I went to the burial, bought a suit and a coffee, na life inaendelea. So, it is while in the market when I learned so much and the struggles women go through. And I grew up wanting to be the voice of women. Because in the market, Kanjo in our harass, kila mtu a terrorist, and I was the cheerleader of the market women at the age of 17. I could speak for women, I knew English, and I could read what Kanjo. You know, our mama wajui, they would just put the kids. And I was like, you women, tunapigwa change ya 60 shillings kutoka 20 na mmeweka kindole kataeni. So this activism and advocacy is in my blood. Now the stories, this is where the story is getting juicy. No one shared such a story. That's why I'm a unique woman. Eh? After high school, I stayed in the market for 6 years. And hapo katikati mimi nikaona wacha niolewe. Huyu bwana wako na kakitu anaweza nipeleka shule. You have to be strategic, women. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you tried. I got married at the age of 18. I got married. This guy walikuwa na kakitu, mpatu wakaniruka. Even employer anakuruka. Anyway, the desire, I kept the desire. When I made my money and felt this money is enough to go to the university, I had saved 1 million. Mambo ya makeup na viatu na designer suitio kitu haikuwa. I joined the university in 2011 after completing high school in 2005. And guess what? I gave birth in 2008 to my son. So I used to go with him in the market. The father went to school. Women empower your men. Wakikuruka wakuruke tu, at least ni mwerevu. If he stays, akili itasaidia kwako. So I helped him because I had a desire. For some reason I don't know, I had a desire for education. I think it was to look good. So you say I have nice hair. This is my hair. I just wanted to channel my hair like this, wear nice coats like a teacher. And that's why I did a degree in education. My first degree is in education. So him ameenda shule, I was left with a baby 1 month old. Kule ile utajiri kanigeuka. But me, I'm a hustler. You talk of hustlers, guys. There are real hustlers in this country and they don't even say it. So I used to go to the market and my baby was so young. I would rush home. Those days, hatukuwa na hizi za kupress. We didn't have the breast pressing, whatever. So I would rush home, leave home at 5 a.m., nisavu watu wa hoteli. I rush home at 8. I had a house there. I was paying 2,000. Wasichana ushago, that time they were cheap. So hakuna kupress kukimbia. By the time ukimbia unyonyeshe mtoto, customers are gone. So what do you do? And these are perishables. You go into losses. Now I'm so smart. I realized up and down here. So I tell the house girl, at 12, bring the baby. At 3, bring the baby. At 5, we go home together. Now, when I came to the university, you know what? I came to the university with my baby. He was 2 years then. This boy is 2 years na kalinyonya. You know boys can nyonya. Unfortunately, in 2010, when he was 1 year, he contracted TB from his father. He contracted TB. My boy didn't like anything, but I breastfed him for 6 months. I never worked for 6 months. I really wanted this baby ndio nisomeshwe. Huyu mtoto nilitafuta sikujipata naye, lakini kakapata TB. Let me tell you, this breastfeeding stuff, it is so close to my heart. Forget about everyone else. It is my breast milk that survived my baby. He breastfed for 6 months, and for the time he was now after weaning him, because he contracted 1 year, I realized akalianza kugonjeka mara home tugonjwa watuko. But the time he contracted TB, the boy could not eat anything, not even formula or anything. I sat down and breastfed that boy for another 6 months, not eating anything. And if you see, my son is the most handsome boy in this country. He is 15 years old, he's in Form 1. That boy has tasted life. And I came with him to the university. He breastfed for 3.5 years. Because as a mother, I was losing that baby. And I realized because he's weak, I'm gonna continue. And the reason why I stopped him when I was campaigning, he would come and remove my breast. He would remove and breastfeed like a calf. And I was like, no, man, you know how you do. And that is why I stopped breastfeeding. Anyway, that is my story of breastfeeding. And while in university, I realized there are no women leaders. Women, when you work, make sure you take those positions. Do you think this man will pay for you or want you? They won't. So I realized there are no women leaders because I wanted to drive this agenda. Going to class with my baby was not a joke. You are stigmatized, you are mocked. Na unajua mimi nimechapa njoo nimetoka soko, njoo ya soko imenibitisha, hata kizungu sijui na ngine ile tu Ameru, mnasikia Kiraito akiongea? I used to speak Kimeru Kizungu and everyone was mocking me. And I think I may be young, but guys have achieved a lot because of the grace and the love of God, but also because of resilience and the fighting spirit that is in me. Be a fighter, not for yourself, for the rest, and the world will catch up. When I came to the university, I started speaking for young women who had babies. When walikuwa wanaficha mamimba, wanatoa, wanatoroka. But the fact that I was breastfeeding my son anyhowly, and in class, my son would sit there, my lecturers, kina Wamitila were my lecturers, kina Ndogoni were my lecturers, they would allow me. Kindness and empathy is the most expensive but cheapest gift you can give to anyone. It is because of their empathy and kindness that I graduated. Imagine wangenifukuza class na mtoto na mimi ni safara hata pesa ni yangu najisomesha naona nimefukuzwa huko. You understand? And that's why I realized I have a voice. Someone spoke and said, use your voice for others. And I decided to do it. When all of you dies, the devil of the God will ask you, you were given gifts. What did you do with your gifts on earth? I'll tell God personally. Father, look at the women of Africa that have fought for the freedom they're enjoying. In universities today, I amended the constitution. And that is why we are having female presidents in universities. All those are advanced. It is no fault for them. Anyway, I'm becoming emotional. Let me read my boss's. Speech. My dear brothers and sisters, in court we say brothers and sisters. Uko hakuna sana, it's in the government. Yeah, it's like me call me a Sister Irene or a Sister Kendi. My dear brothers and sisters, it delights me to join you on this occasion of the launch of this year's World Breastfeeding Week. Breastfeeding campaigns are a critical part of our interest as trade unions because of the innumerable benefits to the children, their mothers, and our collective future. Cognizant of this, we, the Central Organization of Trade Unions, to Kenya, and the entire labor rights movement reiterate once more our unequivocal support for ambient breastfeeding freedoms for working mothers. Indeed, global effort to promote breastfeeding in the workplace are starting to pay off, with more than 65% of countries around the world now having some sort of legislation entitling mothers to either remunerated nursing breaks, breastfeeding facilities, or a daily reduction of working hours to attend to breastfeeding babies. This is in line with International Labour Organization Maternity Protection Convention number 183. We call it ILO Convention 183. When I joined COTU in 2016, Atoli poached me straight from university. I realized there are so many young women in the movement, but wamesambratika. So I started a movement called COTU Queens. It was for young women in trade movement. And we are the people who started this campaign, even before the bill was tabled in Parliament. The bill was tabled in Parliament in 2019 by Sabina Chege, but the ILO convention was to 2000. So we used to campaign. When the president comes on Labor Day, we have our banners. We urge the president to ratify Convention 183 of ILO. Campaign. Even though the quantity and nutritional quality of breast milk are not affected when the mother is working, it is sometimes difficult for women to continue to breastfeed when they go back to work too soon after giving birth, especially when there is a lack of breastfeeding breaks and facilities at the workplace. The lack of support at the workplace is one of the main reasons why women stop breastfeeding before the recommended time, something that our collective effort and legislation, such as the Breastfeeding Mothers Bill of 2019. COTU recognizes that breastfeeding is not an obstacle to productivity. We believe that women are more likely to stay in their job for longer and more productive if they can conveniently breastfeed at work, which is a good way of retaining skilled workers. Workplace support for mothers who are breastfeeding has been a basic provision of maternity protection since the first Maternity Protection Convention number 3 in 1919 and the accompanying ILO Maternity Protection Recommendation 2000, which calls for maternal policies that help women transition back to work after giving birth. Inasmuch as various employers have implemented various programs in support of breastfeeding, many mothers still have to choose between either returning to work, giving up breastfeeding, or facing the risk of losing their job. It is for this reason that childbearing is associated with a significant decline in the female labor force participation. The benefits of breastfeeding for children, mothers, and society cannot be discounted. Breastfeeding protects infants against life-threatening infections, supports healthy brain development in children, and prevents chronic childhood and maternal illnesses, and reduces healthcare costs. This is the reason, as a movement, we support this campaign and call on all employers to implement flexible arrangements and workplace facilities that respond to this fundamental of labor human rights. Given that breastfeeding is essential to the life, health, safety, and economic fulfillment of women and their children, we make a clarion call against all norms of discrimination on breastfeeding and mothers at the workplace. Children have the right to life, survival, and development, and to the highest attainable standard of health, of which breastfeeding must be considered an integral component. Women too have the right to accurate and biased information in order to make an informed choice about breastfeeding, and they have the right to appropriate conditions to be extended beyond workplaces to public spaces for breastfeeding. If we have smoking zones, what prevents us from having safe and conducive breastfeeding spaces too? In conclusion, we call upon the government, as part of its obligations under the Convention on the Rights of the Child and other relevant UN human rights instruments, to respect, protect, and fulfill children's right to life, survival, and development, their right to safe and nutritious foods, and their right to enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health, to ensure that having safe and conducive breastfeeding facilities and policies forms part of the mandatory requirements for registration and certification of any workplace. I thank you for honoring this call and promise our support in this campaign. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
That was fire. Yeah? Let's give a round of applause to Irene. Keep the passion, and I know with that we'll have young girls motivated. But I think we also picked something from her life story, which I think my team is also taking note. The girls in the university with their children. I think that's a space. And I'm happy that the professor is here. Professor Kinyua is here, I'm sure, and all the other academia represented here. I think that we need to do something in that space. So thank you very much. Again, convey our deep regards to Brother Atuoli, and thanks so much. He has also co-signed one of our implementation framework for the workplace. So we really honor his support. So allow me now, we move on, and we invite our other guest to make remarks. And I have the honor to invite Mother Nyagaya. Mother Nyagaya wears two hats in this space. She's the country director of Nutrition International, a very key supporter of the Ministry of Health, but she's also the chair of the Scaling Up Nutrition Civil Society Alliance Network. So karibu mother.
Thank you, Veronica. I don't know how to follow that fire. I am going to try to make it short and sweet. Dr. Kibias, thank you for coming this morning. This time it is bigger and better. I think as we continue to do the World Breastfeeding Week, we have more guests and more stakeholders coming every year. And I am very happy to also acknowledge the presence of the State Ministry of Transport, Dr. KENYA-AFYA, thank you for coming. The UN representatives, development partners. I stand here on behalf of more than 158 civil society organizations. The difference between Scaling Up Nutrition civil society organizations and other civil society organizations is that we are an ally of the government. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see all the logos in front of you and how differently we work as an ally of the government to ensure that we achieve what we have, and many more in the food security and nutrition space. I'm not sure I can follow that kind of fire and those stories. I have many papers, but I can assure you I am not going to read all of them. I will try and make it short and sweet, maybe sweeter. It's an honor for me to stand here, and it's very difficult to summarize the thoughts of over 158 civil society organizations into a 5-minute speech, but I will try. Enabling breastfeeding and making a difference for working mothers is the theme that underscores numerous challenges that many mothers face, and we've had many stories this morning. As a mother and a nutritionist with all the information about breastfeeding, I have 3 children, and I am usually sometimes ashamed to say that I was not able to exclusively breastfeed my children. And when I hear the stories this morning, I relate with them. When I heard Margaret talking about the nice things that should be around the room to encourage me to breastfeed, when I hear Jane's story, and there are many more stories. When I was working, we are still stuck with the international labor law of 3 months maternity leave. It is not sufficient for breastfeeding, and I would like to tell Kendi that aluta continua. We are engaging the Parliamentary Caucus on Nutrition. You remember last year when a female member of Parliament went with a baby to Parliament to breastfeed, and there was an uproar. There is a stranger in Parliament. The stranger was an innocent 3-month-old baby. And that led us to forming the Parliamentary Caucus on Nutrition. And as a result, we have been able to move the Breastfeeding Act, the Code of Marketing Breast Milk Substitute, and we also anchor this on the Employment Act 2007 that gives maternity leaves and maternity protection. And you've heard from previous speakers that even men are given 14 days maternity leave. Are they using the 14 days to support the women? And for the men who enjoy this, if you're not using it appropriately, talk to Abubakar. You heard his story. He checked how many times a day if breastfeeding was exclusive. So as a mother, I tried to breastfeed exclusively for 6 months, and at 4 months, I had to go back to work. And every time I was expressing breast milk, and I looked at the clock and I was running late, however hard I pressed, there was no milk. Because the psychology of a mother, it is not enough to have the policies, it is not enough to know the information, it is not enough to have 14 weeks maternity leave. My milk was not coming out because I was stressed and I was feeling like I was getting late, and however hard I pressed, there was no milk. But during those days, there was no workplace support for breastfeeding, and we've come a long way. In fact, when I hear stories from KENYA-AFYA and all the stories of organizations that are now supporting workplace support for breastfeeding, and the story from Isuzu, I'm almost tempted to go back there. But I'm not going back there. So, you know, the inclusion of all the policies that foster compliance with mandatory paid maternity leave, paternity leave, to encourage parental shared responsibility and of caring for our children. Mothers also need access to parent-friendly workplaces to protect and support their ability to continue breastfeeding upon return to work. And in many instances, we've had so many mothers in the informal sector. When we released the Kenya Demographic Health Survey about 2 months ago, we saw that we have improvements in many statistics at national level. But the one statistic that has not improved is breastfeeding. We have been at 60% since 2014, and we still have about 40% of our mothers not breastfeeding properly. And it is not because we do not have policies to support breastfeeding. In fact, if you look at what we have, the International Labour Organization provides 14 weeks, the Breast Milk Act, the Employment Act, the Health Act, the Policy on Workplace Support for Breastfeeding, and we also have the Infant and Young Child Feeding Guidelines, as well as the Code of Marketing Breast Milk Substitutes. Why do we still have 40% of our mothers not breastfeeding their babies? All the stories that have been shared today, it is not a policy issue, it's a policy implementation issue, and it's also the psychosocial support required for the mother to enable her to breastfeed properly. So protecting, promoting, and supporting breastfeeding is a key objective of the civil society. Have you ever been so hungry and been able to get something warm that you can just suck and pull out? And it's so satisfying when hungry. I'm sure you know how it feels. And you should see how a child behaves when they're breastfeeding. It tells you how good they're feeling as they breastfeed. And you know, I'm not going to go through again all the benefits of breastfeeding because they have been reiterated over and over. But we know that we have multiple challenges that are affecting the optimization of breastfeeding in the spaces where we work. We also know that we have a number of socio-cultural practices that are preventing us from breastfeeding. I was talking to the representative of the peers in the holding room this morning, and he asked me, I'm hearing some cultural things. Is it true that there are men who are breastfeeding? And I said, yes, somewhere in northwestern Kenya, near Uganda and across the border, one breast is preserved for the man and one breast is preserved for the ladies, for the baby. And he was so surprised that there are men who are breastfeeding. I think we also need to go to those communities and ensure that we shun those socio-cultural practices that are affecting optimization of breastfeeding where they are needed most. At some point, we were working with community health workers somewhere in northern Kenya, and there's a lady who was explaining exclusive breastfeeding. And at some point during the discussion, she just removed one breast and was showing how to hold the breast. And you know, most of us sometimes know that we should breastfeed, but the method of breastfeeding then inhibits how well we breastfeed. Some breasts are big, large, some are small. Whatever the size and shape of breast milk, it will give you milk for your baby. It doesn't matter what the size is. It's in a beautiful container. But when you take the breast and put it on the baby's mouth, the baby is struggling to take the weight of the breast because you're not holding it and feed at the same time. You can imagine eating food and trying to hold the weight of the food at the same time. The baby will not feed properly. So there are some very basic information skills, and I would like to thank our health promoters for helping us to harmonize messages around breastfeeding at the community level. Because sometimes they will say some of these things and you don't relate with them as the things that stop us from optimizing breastfeeding. The other time I had a CHV talking about 𝗪cie, and I was wondering, what is that? You hold the breast for the baby with 2 hands and you press it, and you stop the flow of milk. And so the baby is not breastfeeding. Very basic lactation management skills. And when this community health worker was talking about breastfeeding and she finished and went to the next topic, she just left the breast open and continued to talk. And one of the men in the group tapped me and said, please tell her to return the breast before she continues to talk. I think strong messages such as breast is not a sexual organ, it is food for the baby. Why would somebody get intimidated by a woman who just unleashes her breasts wherever she is and breastfeed? I think we need to protect women from that kind of stigma. If it's happening in Parliament, where can't it happen? And so as we leave this podium today, I'm hoping that from all the interesting stories that we have had, that we are going to be better advocates of breastfeeding. And if you see someone stigmatizing a breastfeeding woman in a matatu, in a market, you can stand up and tell them, hii ni chakula ya mtoto. It is not a sexual. Ladies and gentlemen, as the current chair of the Civil Society Alliance, and I am not going to mention all the members, we are 158. We commit to continuing to be a government ally and to support the government in promoting, supporting, and protecting breastfeeding, as well as implementation of the policy. And allow me to just say a few things about how we have worked with the government. I think the government of Kenya has demonstrated significant commitment to breastfeeding through supporting the relevant legislations and policies that we have mentioned. And exclusive breastfeeding has improved in this country from a low of 13% in 2003 to 61% in 2014, and 60% in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen a reduction in breastfeeding between 2014 and 2022, and we must stop this trend. And stopping this trend is not just about having the World Breastfeeding Week this week, but continuing with this campaign beyond the 7 days of the World Breastfeeding Week. We have pockets of very poor exclusive breastfeeding rates of 49 among less educated women compared to 66% among women who are more educated, and exclusive breastfeeding rates decrease with increased age of the baby. Because when women have only 14 weeks maternity leave when they have to go back to work, then breastfeeding reduces. And we need to continue to walk the talk, as Kendi and the rest of the speakers before me said, and also the importance of initiation of breastfeeding within 1 week after, one hour after delivery. And we also have had the reasons why many women do not manage to breastfeed. One of the reasons is lack of information, and that I think we have managed to sort out in many ways and many platforms. But the main reason and the focus of our meeting today is inadequate workplace support for breastfeeding. We have had many stories from Isuzu, from the private sector, about some of the things that we can do to support these women. A stressful environment for the mother and at home and the workplace is also another call on what we can do and support from the partners. Men, when you get your 14 days maternity leave, don't use it to to add another wife. So, I didn't say that, somebody said that. let's support our mothers to be able to breastfeed. And most of these are social issues. Some mothers do not breastfeed because the breasts will fall. Breasts will fall at some age anyway. So let's not deny the babies this magic food. And you know, when you deny your child this miracle food, you have heard from Jane what she has said to compare her children who breastfed properly and the ones who did not breastfeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to work together to address these challenges. And this week we've had a series of activities supported by the civil society, including engagement of various stakeholders such as the media. We had a very, very engaging media meeting on Monday with all the media houses present, the human resource professionals, parliamentarians. We've had webinars, we've had panel discussions in various platforms where we brought workplace support for breastfeeding to the dialogue table. And we've also had beautiful slogans this morning that we can use to make some light moments. We are more than committed to supporting the implementation of government's framework for securing breastfeeding-friendly environments at workplaces. And we will continue to support all stakeholders as the CSA in this course. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finish by saying that while every year we place an emphasis on breastfeeding in the first week of August, the CSA will place breastfeeding on top of the health agenda all year long. And we take home the messages this morning, Veronica: inform, engage, anchor, and galvanize. How do you say those things in Swahili? Inform, engage, anchor, and galvanize. By the time we leave this place, we need to take those words to mashinani, and we have to know how to also take home the Food on Hill slogan, Ya Mama, enable breastfeeding. And Veronica said we support from behind. Is that bottoms up? We will support from all angles. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mother. Let's give her a round of applause. I think she has brought in key learnings from her remarks. Yeah, one of the points I take, because I am in government, is that policies are there, so we need to move policy to action. Na action sio ya serikali peke yake, si ndio? Action is each one of us in the room. You have the responsibility to take action. The policies are there. So thank you very much, Mother. Thank you very much, Daktari Mashinani. You are doing very well. Good, good, good. So allow me then to move on and invite one of our guests, very strong partner in the health sector, and also coming from an organization that really care for the children, and that's none other than UNICEF. We are pleased to have Shaheen, who is the UNICEF representative in Kenya, and I invite you to make your remarks. Karibu.
It's quite difficult to speak after the fire, actually. So I'm just wondering where to start. Dr. Kibia's representative to the Principal Secretary, Madam Veronica, all protocols observed. It's indeed a privilege to see how more than 158 organizations have been represented through the Sun civil society organization initiative, but also to see the number of organizations who have come together to address the issue of breastfeeding, and especially for at the workplace. It is indeed an honor to be here today, and what an amazing morning it has been. Powerful stories, stories of change, your experiences, the challenges, but also affirmative actions by different entities. It's just a sheer awesome to hear all your stories, and but also to look at how you have overcome the challenges. All these inspiration stories, I'm sure, as Martha mentioned, is going to be, and as our executive director from the international humanitarian, from the Human Resources Organization mentioned, needed to be sustained and to be retold for days to come. And the very powerful message which Madam Veronica mentioned about inform, anchor, engage, and also, galvanize, is very, very interesting, that we must need to look at how these pillars needed to be looked at a different places, workspaces. The three key messages that I would like to say, a lot has been already said. It's probably the risk of repeating what has been said about the benefits of breastfeeding. More so, why is it important to look at enabling environment for working mothers and for ensuring lactating spaces at the work spaces, whether it is formal, informal, and all of the spaces that we're talking about. First and foremost, there is no doubt that breastfeeding is the first and exclusive food for the baby for the first 6 months, to be complemented with other complementary foods, and to continue with the breastfeeding for the baby, in some cases 2 years, in some cases 1 year, in some cases beyond that, and we've heard that story. And secondly, the workplace policy should provide an enabling environment for breastfeeding. I cannot agree more that this is a progressive act that we've seen in Kenya, and I would completely support the Sun call for more than beyond the 3 months of a paid maternity leave. And I agree that we need to be inspired by the story of Abu Bakr to look at the paternity leave much more closely, and to see just being a leave to rest and relax and recuperate, and in some cases being more stress for the wife who has just about delivered the baby. But I'm sure there are so many compassionate and sympathetic men here in this room, but also outside, who've made the best use of the paternity leave that they have availed. And the thirdly and most importantly is about the family-friendly policies that support lactation as critical to maternal, not just to maternal health and child health, but also it's good for the economy, it's good for the country, it's good for the nation, and for the overall well-being of the country. So we are here today to recognize the progress that Kenya has made towards ensuring that the children are given the best possible start in their life. But we also know that breastfeeding is the most important thing that a parent can give an infant in order to guarantee the best outcomes that we've heard: survival, health, early childhood development, and well-being. It not only ensures a complete nutrition and health and development, but also have been seen to have shown multiple long-term benefits and impacts on the overall well-being of the child that I mentioned. The advantages cannot be overstated, as we've heard since morning, but we are also aware of the fact that breast milk provides babies with complete nutritional needs for the first 6 months of life. It contains vital antibodies that help protect against diseases, reduces infection-related complications and mortality among infants less than 3 months by 83%. And we're also aware of the fact that the studies have shown that when we support mothers in breastfeeding, nearly 50% of the diarrheal episodes and a third of respiratory infections among children would be avoided, and helps prevent stunting. So breastfeeding not only benefits mother, but it also is about, and the child, but it is also about the bond that we've heard between the mother and the baby, but also to expand that to between parents and the baby. It is an effective contraceptive method as well during the first 6 months of the mother who are exclusively breastfed, and it reduces the risk of breast and ovarian cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's World's Breastfeeding Week, as we know, focuses on workplace support for breastfeeding. We know that exclusive breastfeeding your child becomes even more challenging in an environment where you cannot take a break to express milk or to lack of a private spaces to do so. This can be agonizing, as we heard, for many mothers, and especially for young mothers, or lack of a private space, or to juggle with the work that we've seen in the skit that was presented by our, by a group of young mothers. And we've also heard stories from the colleague from the quota. But this is also why the policies supporting breastfeeding are critical to mothers' and infants' health. And I therefore commend the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Health, for recognizing that breastfeeding is critical to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and for instituting legal and policy framework. We've also heard the stories and the narrative from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and we've seen them, the kiosk that they have put that outside. But maternity protection and breastfeeding rights for women and infants, as well as stipulated in the Employment Act of the Government of Kenya of 2007 and the Health Act of 2017, are pretty much well promulgates and stipulates that mothers are given 3 months maternity leave on full pay. It also provides for paternity leave for 2 weeks, which allows father to support new mothers to start breastfeeding. Where I come from, in the United Nations, we do have 6 months of a paid maternity leave and 1 month of a paid paternity leave. But what is important to understand to that, the Health Act provides the legislative framework for workplaces to support breastfeeding mothers, and employees are required to establish designated lactation spaces with necessary facilities. That we've seen, that we've also heard from our colleague, who mentioned, let me remember her name, our colleague who provided story of Madam Knight, and very beautifully she mentioned you don't necessarily have to have all the enabling perfect situation to be able to reach out and ensure the implementation, but whatever is possible to start with and to begin with, that you're able to provide an empathetic and sympathetic ear and reaching out to the people and checking with them, young mothers and parents itself is the first beginning and the start. While 3 months maternity leave, as I mentioned, is a great and a good proposition, but we would like to see and join Sun Initiative, the civil society initiative's call, to extend it to 6 months in Kenya, which is the recommended minimum period of exclusive breastfeeding for children's health. Maternity leave is one of the best ways to ensure that the exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months happen uninterrupted. Distinguished guest, the global recommended target for exclusive breastfeeding is 70%, and Kenya has made great strides in improving indicators in the past. However, as Martha mentioned, there have been no significant changes recorded in breastfeeding rates in the last 8 years. There's a room for introspection, to reflection. The KDH's report that was recently released shows us that the rate of exclusive breastfeeding has actually declined from 62 to 60% as compared to year 2014. So the new survey that showed that only 38% of infants aged 4 to 5 months were exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months of life. So the prevalence of bottle feeding increased from 22% to 34% over the same period. And disparities between the counties on breastfeeding persist. Counties like Kisumu, where it has a 22%, whereas counties like Villaju has about close to 88%. So UNICEF, in partnership with Ministry of Health, county governments and others, the Sun initiatives working on targeted nutrition intervention, such as nutrition counseling and education, delivered through the strategies said baby-friendly hospitals and baby-friendly community initiative. Last year, these efforts have reached over 87,000 caregivers across 5 counties. So what are our next steps? UNICEF and WHO are supporting the government's efforts to promote breastfeeding through policies, regulations, and advocacy for breastfeeding in workplaces through our partnership with Sun Initiatives and all other alliances, including the Kenya private sector alliances. UNICEF has partnered with KEPSA to advance support for breastfeeding for women in the private sector, but we need increased collaboration from governments and private sectors coming together to ensure that the Health Act is fully implemented, including lactation spaces and breaks for breastfeeding employees. We are simply better together. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the rights for the mothers and children are protected, and UNICEF is calling the government and private sector employers to ensure that the policies and regulations that have been stipulated by law to enhance breastfeeding are actually implemented. Right now, there are over 100 organizations adhering to workplace support for breastfeeding in the private sector as a result of KEPSA's advocacy. But there's more than in the public sector that is required. And we need to ensure the provision of paid maternity leave as stipulated in the Employment Act is being implemented. Distinguished guests, family-friendly policies that support breastfeeding are critical to maternal and infant health and well-being. It's critical to the health and the sustainable economic development of our country. Breastfed children who have been benefited from exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months, and that we've heard the stories, plus complementary feeding for the 2 years or more, will grow into healthy citizens. We owe our children the best possible start in life, especially during the critical first 1,000 days of life. And we owe our mothers a conducive environment to be breastfed while providing for the family through paid work, and let us work together to do so better for our mothers and for children and for our country and for our economy. Asante Sana.
Let's give another round of applause to Shaheen. Thank you very much for also affirming your continued partnership with the government to make sure that we deliver the course. So allow me, I think we have sat for long. You know, MC said that as much as we are talking about breastfeeding, we are looking at the baby, we also have to look at our health. So can we stand up? Let's stretch, but don't hit your neighbor. Let's stretch as we warm up to have our chief guest. Okay, stretch. Okay, good. Now you can sit down. Thank you very much. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest to give his remarks. But also after that, we are also going to have some commitment. You know, when I listened in the room, from the private sector, from the civil society, from the UN agency, everybody is saying we need to accelerate the implementation of already the existing laws that are there. So we will just reaffirm by signing those commitments of that we are going to scale up what is already provided in the room. But for now, I want to, in fact, to invite Dr. Simon Kibias, my colleague, who is representing the Principal Secretary for State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards in the Ministry of Health, Madam Mary Muriuki. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you, Madam Veronica Kirogo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here, as you've been told, to represent our Principal Secretary for the State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards, Madam Mary Muriuki. You accept her apologies? Yes? I'm sure she would have liked to be here because she's really for improving access to care to the people, especially wamama. Yes? I have here the speech, but before that, I'll be very brief to appreciate those who have spoken before me. More so, I would like to appreciate the women dancers who entertained us. Thank you so much. We had very beautiful testimonies from young parents. I would like to remember especially that of Abu Bakr. I think after Abu Bakr, I'll probably the male number 2, isn't it? I would like to join hands with him and say I also support breastfeeding. After listening to all the testimonies here, I think I won't miss this chance to thank my mother for breastfeeding me. I don't think I would be here if she had not breastfed me those many years back. So I also would like to appreciate all the speakers that have spoken. I think the testimonies that have been given here have really emboldened the move of enabling mothers, enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for working parents. Sinikweli. So I think the future is bright if we support our mothers to breastfeed. So I would like also to recognize the team from the Ministry of Health, from the State Department, led by 𝗪ć𝗂, for the good job they have done. I think this full house, I was telling her, it's as if the campaign has been going on, because I think the awareness about breastfeeding has been well done. Our partners, thank you so much also for supporting us, and other organizations. And those, the Fourth Estate, for also spreading the word across. Thank you so much. I would like to recognize the presence of the representative of the PS Transport, Mr. Kenneth Sakwa. Esther Mokusu is the Director, Nutrition, Welfare, and School Feeding Program in Nairobi County. Veronica Kirogo is the Head of Division of Family Well-being and Nutrition and Dietetics at the Ministry. Shaheen Nolefi, UNICEF Representative, Director. Yes, I hope I got it right. Martha Nyagaya, yes, who is wearing 2 caps. That's the chairperson of the Scaling Up Nutrition Civil Society Alliance, and also the Director of Nutrition International. And then the progressive, fiery, the only one, the representative of KOTU, Director and MD, Director of Programs, Irene Kendi. Thank you so much for that testimony. You moved us. We really stood on the edge, but thank you for the work you're doing. Damaris Kahuri, Action Against Hunger, and the WHO representative, Junal Hula. USAID Health and Nutrition Director Ruth Trampoli. Yeah? 𝗪𝗪𝗀, sorry. And 𝗪ឆɪ𝗿𝗵𝗀, who has just spoken, is the director of the Institute of Human Resource, the executive director. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you've told us. So I really do not want to add more to that other than say thank you. Thank you so much for working with us, with the ministry. The State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards, headed by our peers, is committed to supporting efforts to improve access to highest standard of care possible. And one way of doing that is supporting nutrition activities. And we really appreciate this angle of approach, because we are intervening in the nutrition issues at the early age. I've heard you say that if you want the bright future citizens, then we must breastfeed exclusively for 6 months and also provide quality nutrition food to our children. So, and I think you have done it very well. We have been educated this morning and this afternoon. Yeah. So that is it from me for now. Now allow me to read the speech from the peers. It is my humble duty and honor now to read the speech of our Principal Secretary. Welcome to the national launch of the 23rd World Breastfeeding Campaign. This is an annual global campaign celebrated from 1st to 7th August each year since 1992. It commemorates the 1990 Innocenti Declaration on Protection, Promotion, and Support of Breastfeeding, calling for all countries to ensure full support for the breastfeeding mothers. Breastfeeding is a key public health approach to disease prevention and contributes to significant health cost savings. It gives children a solid nutrition and health foundation for optimum growth and development, enabling them to attain their full potential both physically and cognitively, subsequently enhancing human capital. The Kenya Health Policy 2014-2030 has identified suboptimal breastfeeding as one of the top 10 risk factors contributing to morbidity and mortality. Breastfeeding indeed serves as a child's first immunization against diseases, preventing approximately 54% of all diarrheal episodes and 32% of respiratory infections. Furthermore, it significantly reduces infections-related mortality among infants less than 3 months old by an impressive 88%. As a result, breastfeeding helps prevent approximately 823,000 deaths among children each year worldwide. In mothers, breastfeeding yields great maternal benefits, including reducing chances of developing ovarian cancer and the development of invasive breast cancer by about 6% each year. A mother breastfeeds. So if you breastfeed, you get a bonus of 6% reduction in the chance of developing cancer for each year you breastfeed. These health advantages help prevent up to 20,000 maternal mortalities each year. The prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding in Kenya has, however, stagnated at 60% over the last decade against the global target of 70% by 2030. This is mainly contributed by inadequate awareness and education about the benefits of breastfeeding, cultural practices, promoting early introduction of solid foods, limited access to proper healthcare facilities and support, maternal employment challenges, and aggressive marketing of formula milk products, which have deterred mothers from exclusively breastfeeding their infants. The call of this campaign is to advocate, support, and protect working breastfeeding mothers, ensuring that every child has the best start in life. Our main agenda is to ensure no child is left behind in accessing this gold standard of infant nutrition. Your presence at this event signifies your commitment to protecting children's right to basic nutrition as provided for in our Constitution. The theme, enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for working parents, sheds light on the early challenges faced by working parents in balancing breastfeeding and professional responsibilities. These hurdles include inadequate workplace support, such as the absence of designated nursing spaces and inflexible working hours. Additionally, social stigma around breastfeeding in public adds to the difficulties, making mothers feel embarrassed or discouraged. Addressing these issues is vital to foster a more nurturing and supportive environment, allowing working parents to strike a harmonious balance between their roles as caregivers and professionals. Kenya has, however, made great strides in creating a favorable policy and regulatory environment for promotion, support, and protection of lactating mothers. Nutrition improvement throughout the life course has been prioritized as a key policy intervention. Our steps are guided by various legal frameworks that aim at creating an enabling environment for breastfeeding at workplace, giving direction on promotion of exclusive breastfeeding, and creating an enabling environment, including enforcement of the existing legislation relating to breastfeeding. These frameworks include the Employment Act 2007, that's Section 29, that provides for 3 months maternity leave with full payment entitlement to female employees and 2 weeks paternity leave with a full pay for male employees. The Health Act 2017 in Section 71 and 72, which provides for establishment of lactating stations by all employees and provision of break intervals for nursing employees. The Breast Milk Substitute Regulation Act and Control 2012 provides for appropriate marketing and distribution of breast milk substitute, safe and adequate nutrition for infants through promotion of breastfeeding and proper use of breast milk substitutes where necessary. Ministry of Health has developed 2 key technical guidelines aimed at assisting employers in creating a conducive environment for breastfeeding at the workplace. First, guidelines for securing a breastfeeding-friendly environment at workplace. And secondly, implementation framework for securing a breastfeeding-friendly environment at workplaces. Attainment of near universal rate of exclusive breastfeeding requires a multifaceted approach that involves educating communities, full implementation of workplace policies and legislations that support breastfeeding, training healthcare professions, strengthened enforcement of the relevant laws, and promoting a supportive and breastfeeding-friendly culture. The week-long campaign provides a strategic opportunity to advocate for increased support of breastfeeding in the workplace. As part of the campaign, the Ministry is collaborating with UN agencies and civil society organizations in running sensitization sessions on workplace support for breastfeeding, targeting media houses, administrators, and human resources managers for diverse public and private sector organizations. I believe that this year's campaign will trigger a paradigm shift to ensure optimal support for breastfeeding in the workplace. I urge all employers represented here to commit to ensuring development of a working framework for workplace breastfeeding. This will not only contribute to healthy and intelligent babies, but also to building a productive human capital that is key to our national economic development. I am happy to note that several private sector companies and partners organizations represented here are already walking the talk and are compliant to the relevant laws by developing company policies that support breastfeeding at the workplace, providing paid maternity leave, which are up to 6 months in some organizations, enabling lactation stations, lactation stations, and granting nursing breaks. I call for action for each one of us to champion child and women's rights in the workplace in order to make breastfeeding and work. By demonstrating our commitment to workplace support for breastfeeding, we are taking a significant step forward, building a workplace that truly cares for its employees and their families. To all partner organizations who have supported the planning and the implementation of the various activities to mark this year's World Breastfeeding Week, Asante Sana. It is now my distinguished duty and honor to officially launch 2023 National Breastfeeding Week. Let's go and make a difference for working mothers. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. And I think he has finished with a cropper. Let's all go and work. And we have, because it's always good to have something, commitment put down. We are renewing our commitment. And therefore, Bwana PS, we have prepared a few commitments which are aligned to the laws that are there. Allow me just to read that commitment made at 2023 World Breastfeeding Week celebration to protect, promote, and support working parents in Kenya to breastfeed. First, we start, breastfeeding is a human right for babies and mothers. I think it has been alluded by all the speakers. It should be protected, promoted, and supported for the benefit of both, and we also add even for the society. So the commitment there, what a few representatives will sign, is that we commit to uphold to at least 3 months fully paid maternity leave and 2 weeks fully paid paternity leave in line with the Employment Act, establish or advocate for establishment of furnished and functional lactation rooms. So even for us here, we become advocates. We are converted. Then provide the at least 60 minutes flexible hours for breastfeeding mothers as provided for in the in the Health Act. Then support full implementation of the Breast Milk Substitute Act 2012 at the workplace. And that is now to, to prohibit any advertisement of infant formula at the workplace. Then upholds to have female employees take their paid annual leave in addition to the maternity leave. So those are, do we agree to those commitments? We have not sneaked in. PS anasema show of hand. Have we
commitments for Mama Wetu?
So I will call upon Director. You'll start to sign the commitment. So we can have the Director joined by. Oh, here. So we have the representative of the PS sign the commitment. Chora jina hapo. And unfortunately, in Afya House, we don't have a lactation station director. So you are committing for that. Can join by Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy Sakwa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kennedy Sakwa. Esther, on behalf of Nairobi City County. Kwani mumenyamaza? Joined by Martha Nyagaya. Following. Our fiery youth advocate, Irene. I have Damaris, Director Support, ACF. KEPSA, Caroline. Okay. Hiya, Caro. That KEPSA is going to accelerate with the other member organization. Great, thank you. Damaris, we can have professor. We have a challenge in the institution academia, so you please come and also commit here. And professor happened to be also, used to be my also lecturer at Egerton University. We want also to have the champion of the fathers, Abubakar. Abubakar? Abubakar? You know, Dr. Kibias is saying the men are disadvantaged here. Okay, thank you very much. A mighty hand of applause. And Chief Guest, we would want you to be a photo to be taken here, as we are also having the confetti. Yeah, please, guest, our distinguished guest, join the PS. So, where? They are here. Just the chief guest. I thought you here. Hey, Janet. So where is the photo? Mm-hmm. Oh, they can't see. Okay. So, fourth estate, you want them up here? Okay.
So should we move this down? Yeah. This down. Yeah.
So as we finish the event, we are going to do a quick photo session, 5 minutes. The first group that we'll take with the guests is all the guests will take the photo together. So that's the first photo. The cameraman, I hope you're ready. Who is taking the photo? I can't see a cameraman there. Janet? Yeah. So quickly, we want to finish this one. So those are all the guests. That's the first photo. I'll give a cue for the next photo. So we will also have the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics. So we have Caroline, myself, Julia. Please come very fast. If you don't come as fast as possible, we'll just move to the next photo. Julia, is Julia there? Okay, next photo is all guests. Please sit. The guests are sitting. Yes. All guests